Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, at this point in time, I would move that we adjourn until 2:15.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 2:15 p.m.? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate stands adjourned until 2:15 p.m.
I didn't have anything to do with the Constitution, okay?
And just for everyone's benefit, that was just for the pro forma session, so please don't go home yet. We're going to get started here at 2:15 with the regular session. Thank you all. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. The senators and all in attendance will please stand and be led in the invocation by the Honorable John J. Bell, 13th Senatorial District. Following the invocation, all will please remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Marianne Horch, Senior Systems Analyst, Senate Clerk's Office.
Let us pray. As we come together today, we first give thanks. We give thanks for the beautiful sunshine, for the wonderful weather as we enjoyed the trip here today. We give thanks for the honor of being here to serve. As we all come together, it's a great honor to serve those in the Commonwealth. We ask that you today give us wisdom. And I read from James 3:17. But the wisdom that comes from heaven is first of all pure, then peace-loving, considerate, submissive, full of mercy and good fruit, impartial and sincere. We pray for that wisdom. We ask that you be with those who suffer today from this terrible virus. We ask that you be with our leaders. You bless them at every level, our president, our governor and his wife, everyone who serves in the General Assembly and at every level. We ask that you be with our first responders and those who serve in the military all over the world. We give thanks and we pray in your name. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those in attendance will please record their vote aye. Clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Friday, September 25th, 2020.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move we waive the reading of the communications from the House.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come in the morning hour? Do any senators wish to be recognized? Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and a good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I would respectfully ask for a brief recess for about 15 minutes, which would make it pretty close to 2:50, and that the Senate Republican caucus will retire to the prayer tent.
Thank the senator. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I ask that the Democratic caucus would meet in meditation and reflection in the tent.
Thank the senator. Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 2:50 p.m.
Okay.
Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Thursday, October the 1st, 2020. Uncontested calendar. House bills on third reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all House bills on third reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 1 through 4, that's House Bill 5087 through 5109, be advanced to their final passage in a block after the adoption of the amendments thereto. Any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the House bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 1 through 4, House Bill 5087 through House Bill 5109, be placed upon their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
House Bill 5087. The committee amendment has been adopted by the Senate.
Mr. President.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. If House Bill 5087 can come out of the block.
Without objection, the bill will be removed from the block.
House Bill 5115. The committee amendments have been adopted by the Senate. House Bill 5045.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can House Bill 5115 come out of the block, please?
Without objection, House Bill 5115 will be removed from the block.
House Bill 5045, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
I move that the bill pass.
Or Senator want to move the substitute?
I move the substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
House Bill 5050, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Mr. President.
House Bill 5109.
Senior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can House Bill 5050 come out of the block, please?
Without objection, House Bill 5050 will be removed from the block.
House Bill 5109, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move the Judiciary Committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. The question is, shall the House bills pass in a block? That is, all bills except for House Bills 5087, 5115, and 5050. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The bills in the block pass.
Returning to House Bill 5087.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to reconsider the vote which we adopted the amendments to House Bill 5087.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the amendments were adopted be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that the amendments be rejected, I move the amendments be adopted. And speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's simply a technical change. We more commonly use by, which is the original form of the bill, versus not later than, so it's a cleanup. The patron asked that as well as some of the staff. So, Mr. President, with that, again, I remove the amendment be accepted with the recommendation it be rejected.
Thank the senator. Question is, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendments are rejected. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that House Bill 5087 pass. And speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the now identical bill to the bill we passed in relation to delaying the shared work program to 2022. As you know, VEC has an extraordinary amount of workload right now. Additionally, by removing the enactment clause, it affords the state to the $2.7 million for the program. So with that, again, it left this chamber with only 3 dissenting votes and appreciate the body's adoption of the measure.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5087? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5087 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. House Bill 5087 passes.
Returning to House Bill 5115.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, could that bill be passed by temporarily?
Without objection, House Bill 5115 will go by temporarily.
House Bill 5050.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move the bill passed and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, with the substitute that was adopted just moments ago, what this bill does is it is identical to Senator Marsden's bill, and it relates to the authorization for the governor to be able to purchase personal protective equipment during a disaster where there's a communicable disease that could be provided to nonprofits and other entities within the Commonwealth, with them paying the cost for that. With that, I renew my motion that we pass this bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5050? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5050 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1, Rule 36 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1, Rule 36 1. House Bill 5050 passes.
Regular calendar House bills on third reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, in order to get to the budget as soon as possible, I would move that the bills that are on the regular calendar go by temporarily.
Thank the senator. Without objection, House bills on the regular calendar, third reading, will go by temporarily.
Turning to page 14, regular calendar, Senate bill on second reading. Senate Bill 5015, a bill to amend and reenact Chapter 1289 of the 2020 Acts of Assembly, which appropriated funds for the 2020-22 biennium and provided a portion of revenues for the 2 years ending respectively on the 30th day of June 2021 and the 30th day of June 2022. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendments.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to briefly explain the process that we will be going through on the floor today dealing with these amendments.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you. We're going to waive the reading of the committee amendments. We'll vote on the uncontested committee amendments in a block. We'll then return to the committee amendments taken out of the block and take them up in order. Then we'll take up any floor amendments, and we have Senate Finance Committee staff here on the floor to answer any questions that you might have. So, Madam Clerk, if you could begin.
The senator would like, you can now move to waive the reading of the committee amendments at this time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move to waive the reading of the committee amendments.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the committee amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the committee amendments is waived. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that the uncontested committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the uncontested committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The uncontested committee amendments are agreed to. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Mr. President, I believe we now have floor amendments.
We have one amendment that was taken out of the.
Okay, I would like to move that the amendment taken out of the block, is that the one that has an amendment to it? The
Yes.
All right. This is an amendment that is a technical correction of a mistake that was made when we passed this particular item out of committee. So I would like to move that it be agreed to, that the amendment be adopted.
Thank the senator. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, just as a matter of facilitating, it would be helpful, I think, perhaps to identify what amendment we are talking about, and if it in fact is a green sheet, that might be appropriate.
It's page 179, item 4-14, number 2.
And, Mr. President, that is the green sheet.
Thank the senator. So there's a motion on the floor to agree to the noted amendment. Do any other senators wish to be heard on the motion? Seeing none, question is, shall the committee amendment 4-14, number 2, be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee amendment 4-14, number 2, is agreed to.
lady talking about? The one, this is Miss. Is it okay?
Mr. President? Yes. Senator, we're going to go at ease for a second, but I call on the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D-Step.
Mr. President, I can find on my desk item 4-14, number 1, but I can't find 4-14, number 2. So I'm
Yes,
just trying
Senator,
to see if I'm missing something. I've searched my entire desk, so maybe I'm missing something.
Senator, we're going to go at ease to make sure everybody is on the same page right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. So without objection, the Senate will stand at ease.
Right, no, it's, what we need to do.
Pull that out of the law. That, technically, it was already out of the law. We had already done it.
It was, right, well, we haven't tested it. I've got it. That's it. That's it. That one that I had. Well, I don't have the list.
Senate will come to order. Senators will please take their seats. Madam Clerk.
The number that I just read out was a committee amendment, which was handed out last week, so you don't have it on your desk today. It would be on LIS. So it's contested. We have two floor amendments, one by Senator Norman and one by Senator Hanger, that are in conflict with the committee amendment. And so Senator Barker? Senator Barker will explain the committee amendment, and then we'll move forward.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the committee amendment dealing with provisions related to utilities. It's on pages 179 through 180, half of 183, and it addresses the issue of not terminating service to people who have been unable to pay their bills, but also addressing the issues of how they can get themselves in a situation where they are caught up on all the monies that they owe. What it does is it provides for every utility within Virginia an opportunity for them to negotiate with the individuals for payment plans that would stretch between 6 months in duration and 24 months in duration. So there would be up to a potential for a 2-year period in which to pay back the monies that they owe because they were unable to pay. It is specifically limited to the time of the state of emergency declared by the governor, so it is in place during this biennium only to the point where throughout the point of which that state of emergency is in place, which that state of emergency will, I believe, expire when you get to June 30th of next year. And that they would not be, the individuals, the families that would have these situations where they need to pay back the money that they owe because they were unable to pay when the bills were due. But the repayment plan cannot require any new deposits, down payments, or fees, interest charges, or penalties, so that it's just paying off the amounts that they owe during that period of time. There's a provision in there that should the amount of arrearages that any utility has exceed more than 1% of the utility's annual operating revenues, then they are no longer covered by the moratorium. They would be able to get relief from the moratorium by working with the commission and others as part of this process. What it also does is that it provides for a Phase 2 utility, of which there is one in Virginia, that utilities would take all the arrearages that they have as of September 30th, which was yesterday, of more than 30 days in arrears as of that date, and would write off those amounts that were owed. So they would be able to move forward on this provision there, and that they would not have, those individuals would not have to enter into a payment plan to be able to reestablish their good standing with the utility there. So those are sort of the major elements that are in place as part of this amendment that the committee has made to a proposal that the governor submitted with the introduced bill.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph rise?
Mr. President, I was going to see if the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County would be willing to yield for a quick question.
Senator Yield?
Yes, I'd be happy to yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I just want to make sure I understand this, so if you could ask the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County, this seems to me like it's basically an interest-free loan on paying your electric bill or your utility bill for up to 2 years because of a hardship. However, as we go through this, and when we came to the second part, or toward the end of his explanation, he said that this was going to have the utilities, or require the utilities, to write off all the debts owed to them prior to September 30th of this year. So, Mr. President, my question is, if you're a company or an individual and you write off debts, then that's got to get covered by somebody somewhere, because money doesn't just magically appear. So are we saying that the utilities that write off all prior debts prior to September 30th are going to just absorb that and then apply those across the rest of the utility user base? Or are we saying that, I'm just trying to understand how they're going to write off those costs for all previous debts prior to September 30th.
Senator, has the floor.
Yes, Mr. President, and be happy to answer the question there. The provisions there for writing off those debts applies to only one utility in Virginia. It's the only Phase 2 utility company that we have in Virginia, and it's Dominion Energy is that company. What they would be able to do is to use some of the excess earnings that they've had in recent years to be able to write off those. The bills of individuals who, during the pandemic period, haven't been unable to pay the full amount of their utility bills.
Further question?
Mr. President, if the gentleman will yield for one more question.
Senator Gill?
Certainly.
Senator Gill, you have the floor.
Mr. President, if you can ask the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County, has the SCC approved this, reviewed this, kind of chimed in on this?
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, the SEC is well aware of this issue here. I have not talked with them directly. I've been working with people in the administration and various advocacy groups, as well as some of the utilities themselves on this type of thing. So this is not inconsistent with actions that the SEC has already taken to provide some relief in terms of the situations that people have with this moratorium that would now continue for some period of time during the state of emergency, so that they understand, and the SEC clearly understands what the sources of the funds would be that would be used to write off these arrearages.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President, I think I heard everything. It got kind of muffled in there, so I'm going to speak to this for a second. And if I'm wrong, or I've absorbed this wrong, then if the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County can please correct me on it. But it sounds to me like that profits or excess funds that the utility received prior, which in any normal case would be distributed amongst the shareholders or would offset the entire shareholder base. But instead of that, what we're going to do is, for those who did not pay their bills for whatever reason and owe the utility, we're just going to say we're going to wipe all those out, and we're not going to refund that money paid by the entire base back to them. So do I understand this correctly?
Senator, the floor.
Yes, I think you do understand it correctly. This would use a portion of the excess earnings that the only Phase 2 utility company we have, that they already have that, and these funds, and this would mean that portion that would be used to write off the arrearages for the individuals and the families affected during the pandemic period would lessen the amount that would be dealt with through the State Corporation Commission as part of their operations and oversight on Dominion.
Mr. President, speaking to the amendment when it's
Senator, the floor.
So, Mr. President, the way I understand this is the base of the utility, us, those citizens who paid in their utilities on time, are going to be penalized for those who didn't pay their bills. And those who didn't pay their bills, it's just going to get wiped out, and they don't ever have to worry about paying them, because it's going to be paid for on the back of those who paid their bills on time. So with that, Mr. President, I certainly cannot support this amendment, and I hope my peers in this body would do the same, because I don't think the average ratepayer signed up to pay the bills of those who don't pay their bills on time. And if they did want to give to that, I believe that the utility company has a little thing on their bill that says, I'd like to put an additional $100 in or whatever for those who cannot afford to pay their bills. This, Mr. President, seems like we're forcing every ratepayer across the board to have to pay for those who don't feel like paying for their bills for whatever reason. And that's why, Mr. President, I hope this body would vote against this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from James City County? Senator Norman rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County would yield for a question.
Senator Yield?
Yes, I'd be happy to.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, my question is, as I understand it, what the gentleman has attributed as excess earnings by the utility would be used to basically pay down these delinquent bills. Is that correct?
Yes,
Senator's the floor.
Yes, Mr. President and Senator Norman. A portion of the excess earnings would be used to pay down these bills that people have been unable to pay.
Mr. President,
the question?
if the gentleman would yield for a second question.
Senator Yield?
That second question would be...
Yes, I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
In fact, in the absence of using a portion of the excess earnings to make up for those ratepayers who did not pay, otherwise those excess earnings would be distributed back to the ratepayers, not to the shareholders. Is that not correct?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, yes, a significant portion of the earnings, at least, would be distributed back to the ratepayers, the customers that are there. There are some cases where some of the shareholders are able, or the company is able to keep some of the funds that is excess there based upon they can demonstrate that there is where efficiency is achieved. And sometimes there is some expenditure that is approved by the State Corporation Commission for things that are in the public interest.
Mr. President, if he would continue to yield, my third question
Senator Yield
would be that one of the major electrical generators and distributors in Virginia has a rate case that is scheduled for March of 2021, which would normally review and quantify and validate any excess earnings. By adopting the approach that is in this amendment, does that obviate the necessity of the state corporation conducting the rate case hearing?
Senator has the floor.
Yes, this clearly does not change that rate-based hearing in terms of when it will occur. It will occur in March of 2021, is my understanding, and that there would still be, this would not use up by any stretch all of the excess earnings, so there would still be other funds that have been identified as excess earnings that would be part of that case in March of 2021.
And Mr. President, my final question is the...
Senator Yield? Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Is the amendment that we're talking about consistent with the language that the senior senator from Richmond worked so arduously on to get the concurrence of all of the stakeholders?
Senator has the floor.
Yes, this has, it's in many ways the same as or similar to, but not in all ways. And one of the fundamental differences between this and the bill that was put in that was passed in the Senate, it did not it was not taken up and acted on in the House that Senator McClellan had pushed. One major difference was that hers was a bill dealing with this on a permanent basis. What this is something that will deal with it on a temporary basis for this specific situation. It's only in the budget, and it's only during the duration of a state of emergency. So there are clearly some differences in circumstances that result from that.
I thank the gentleman, Mr. President, speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I think I vaguely understand the language and the import of this amendment. However, I have offered an alternative floor amendment, which if the committee amendment is adopted, I would find the floor amendment inconsistent, and I believe the floor amendment is consistent with the bill that was worked out and negotiated after a lot of effort by the senior senator of Richmond, and therefore I would vote against this amendment.
Thank the senator. For purpose, Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask the senator from Southern Fairfax if he'd resume the floor for purposes of a couple questions.
Will Senator yield?
I'd certainly be happy to yield to the senator from Augusta.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
I would ask the senator, since the senator from James City County referenced the bill, the compromise bill that was worked out by the senior senator from Richmond, as it would apply to the municipals. Does your amendment treat municipals, municipal electrics, in the same manner as her bill, Senate Bill 5118?
Senator's the floor.
Certainly, Mr. President and Senator from Augusta, no, it is not treated exactly the same ways as her bill did. Her bill exempted some of the municipals from some of the provisions in her bill, and that was partly related to the fact that her bill was a bill that would be in place permanently rather than something that was to be temporary, which this has here. What does have, there's protections built into the language in this proposal here, and among those is that I did reference when I spoke on providing the explanation for the committee amendment, is that there is, if the amount of arrearages are more than 1% of the annual operating costs and bills for the any utility, so it's not just municipals in this situation, that they would be exempt from the provisions in this bill.
Further question?
Yes, Mr. President, I thank the gentleman. I would ask we yield for one further question.
Senator yield?
Certainly.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Referring specifically to the Senate Bill 5118, as a rural legislator, I represent a number of electric cooperatives, as other rural members do. Does your floor amendment to the budget, is it consistent as it treats the electric co-ops as in the same manner that Senate Bill 5118 did?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President and Senator Hanger, I'm not 100% clear, certain what the provisions were as it related to electric co-ops that were in the bill from the senior senator from Richmond, but I do believe, I think it is the same that in the way that they're treated between those two, but I'm not positive on that. Okay. She would actually be probably in a much better position to answer that question if you had, if you still want to pursue that issue. So.
Mr. President, I thank the senator, and I would ask for my amendment on this subject to be withdrawn since it's identical to the senator from James City County. I would further state that I want to throw my support behind the amendment from the senator for James City County because it replicates the decision that we made in supporting the consensus bill 5118, and I would think it would be appropriate for the budget language to mirror that bill as long as it is in that form. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. And without objection, the senator's amendment is withdrawn. For what purpose is Senator from King George? Senator Stewart, rise.
Good job.
To speak to this amendment, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the body. And so I appreciate my friend from Southern Fairfax explaining this, and although I didn't really understand it as well as I probably should because of the mask and the bubble and all that, I think I understand what we're doing here. And once again, we cast the ratepayers aside in Virginia for a particular project of the General Assembly. And that's what we're doing, and make no mistake about it. We don't care about the ratepayers of Virginia. We care about one group that's having difficulty now, but let me tell you something. I got constituents that I represent in rural Virginia and in Northern Virginia who struggle to pay their bills every year, all year long, and they have to make tough choices. And they paid their electric bill, and apparently they've overpaid their electric bill. And so now, as the gentleman says, we're going to take excess earnings, excess profits, over earnings, Well, what that means is it's money that's supposed to go back to the people that we represent, the ratepayers, our constituents. And this General Assembly has decided they're going to put language in the budget to say, oh no, ratepayers, you don't get your money back that you overpaid. We're going to use that money to offset some losses because other folks had difficulty paying their bills during this COVID process. Mr. President, that is wrong. It is wrong. It is not our money to decide where it should go. It belongs to the ratepayers of Virginia. And this body should not make that decision to give it to another group or another entity or to offset a company's losses at a whim, which is what this body is doing. I hope that you all will vote against this amendment. It is immoral and it is simply not right.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw, rise?
Mr. President, would the senator from Southern Fairfax yield for a question?
Will the senator yield?
Yes.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
First off, in comment, the taxpayers' money also is the taxpayers, and we spend that, so we're hardly breaking new ground. But I would ask, didn't the Phase 2 utility agree with this number?
Senator has the floor.
Yes, they have agreed with what's been proposed here.
Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking briefly to the amendment.
Senator has the floor.
I want to clarify something that the senator from King George and comments also alluded to by the senator from Virginia Beach, and make sure everybody understands what's going to happen with the uncollectibles. No matter what, the uncollectibles are going to be collected from the ratepayers. The question is how much. If we don't do anything, the utilities are already recording their uncollectibles in an account based on an order issued by the SCC when the moratorium was put in place at their request, and they will be able to recover that as part of a future rate case. But we don't know how big that's going to be yet. What this amendment is intended to do is mitigate the amount that would be spread over all of the rest of the ratepayers by keeping the amount of the uncollectibles down. And so if you're worried about what the burden is going to be on the full rate base, then you would want to support an amendment that says excess earnings are going to be used to keep that uncollectible number lower, because then there are fewer costs to be recovered in a rate case in the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStaff, rise?
Mr. President, will the senior senator from Richmond City yield for a question?
Will the senator yield?
I will.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Okay. Mr. President, will the senior senator agree with me that in one portion of this it says that we're going to take the amount you owe and give you 24 months to pay for it? And on another portion we say if you owe anything before September 30th, then we're just going to wipe it out. That there would be a portion of those funds that we didn't wipe out if we were no longer going to do that aspect of it, that would in fact have been collected. But instead, we're going to say we're going to wipe out all previous debt as of September 30th. So her explanation saying that all of the ratepayers are going to pay it one way or the other is not quite completely accurate.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would not agree, because the senator from Virginia Beach is conflating all utility customers together. This bill does two things. This amendment does two things. For all utilities, it says you will provide a payment plan for your customers for up to 24 months so that when the moratorium ends, they don't have to pay, at this point, 6 months worth of debt. Not sure how long it's going to be, but you don't have to pay all of your back debt all at once. It spreads the back debt that they can pay over a longer period of time to keep that customer from facing shock that will probably end up having them have their utilities cut off. That is for every utility. The portion dealing with the payback is for Dominion. To say that for Dominion, who is about to go into a rate case next year, who by all accounts is already over-earning, is going to use part of that over-earning to forgive some of the debt so that it won't later be spread all over all customers. That is what I would agree with.
Mr. President, will the young
Further
lady,
question?
speaking to the young lady's comments.
Senator's floor.
Mr. President, we've just heard that the bad debt is all one big lump of bad debt, and that's truly not the case. Mr. President, when you write off bad debt, you only write off that bad debt that's uncollectible in the end. And what we're doing here, as the senator from King George put it, we're taking all debt that we're forgiving, again, all debt that's being forgiven, and we're passing that on to every ratepayer and increasing the amount that the ratepayers have already paid, which they're due a refund from, and we're doing absolving that refund, so we're not going to give them back the money they already paid in. And these are already our vulnerable population, and a lot of this that are the ones who paid it in and couldn't afford to pay it in the beginning. So we're just continually strapping it on when in fact this fund should be refunded back to those ratepayers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Committee Amendment 4-14?
Mr. President.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
If nobody else is speaking to this, I feel compelled to make one more point, if I may.
Senator's the floor.
I listened to the gentlelady from the city of Richmond, and she's right in many respects of what she said, but I think it's important to point out to this body that what the gentlelady left out is that this committee amendment that I'm so adamantly opposed to neuters the SEC. And the SEC is the body that would look at this. They would look at the numbers. They would take evidence. They would determine what the actual losses are. They would determine if a rate case should be made to reimburse the company. And we're not qualified to make that decision today. Nobody in this body is qualified to make that decision today, and that's why we have the SEC. And that was a fact that the gentlelady from the city of Richmond conveniently left out. This is not a good amendment. It does not set a good precedent, and I hope that we will vote this down and stick with the other alternative.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt Committee Amendment 4-14, number 2? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The Senate adopts Committee Amendment 4-14, number 2. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the Senate adopt Committee Amendment 4-14, number 2? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 20, noes 19, Rule 36-1. The Senate adopts the committee amendment.
Returning to the floor amendments, 4-14, number 4, Senator Cosgrove.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll withdraw that because I believe it's in conflict with the amendment we just adopted, sir.
The Senator.
I'll withdraw it under protest.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I know there's not a whole lot of appetite for budget amendments from the floor. However, this session was called to deal with COVID-19 issues.
Senator, my apologies for interrupting. If you want to
May I waive the reading of the amendment, sir?
You're getting ahead of steam. Question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment or the committee amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the amendment is waived. Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
I apologize, Mr. President.
No worries, Senator. Please proceed.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, as I said, this session was called to deal with COVID-19 related issues, especially as they impact our budget and the citizens of Virginia. What this little amendment does, it will just allow people who have existing building permits and wetlands disturbance permits that have been issued to extend those permits for a period of 24 months or during this pandemic. This basically will cost the Commonwealth nothing, but I will tell you that it costs our constituents a great deal if they have to go back and re-engineer, because they've already spent thousands of dollars on engineering plans and building permits. They've bought the materials in many cases. But if they're not able to go in and get inspections done or permits extended, then they're in financial trouble. Many of these offices are closed throughout the Commonwealth. These folks, they're doing the best they can in the building inspections and permits. And especially in the city of Virginia Beach, they're doing a great job. But we just can't get people to come together because our offices are closed. And what this would do is basically, it would allow these permits to just be extended for a period of 24 months so that these folks can get whatever they're getting built without having their permits expire and having to go through the whole permitting process once again. So, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, again, this is a fairly innocuous amendment, and I hope that you will vote on the side of your constituents and pass this amendment. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For purposes, the Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howell, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would urge the body to vote no on this amendment.
Senator's the floor.
It's similar to the content and provisions of Senator Lewis's bill, Senate Bill 5106, which was related to subdivision plats, special use permits, and proffers. It passed the Senate, and it is currently being held on the House floor. And I would urge that we not adopt this into the budget.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from James City County, Senator Norman, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to the floor amendment, but using it as a conduit to a larger issue.
Senator has the floor.
I'm very respectful of what Madam Chairman said. But I also am mindful that the senator from Accomack's bill passed out of the body with a substantial margin. I wish I could say that that was the only Senate bill that passed out with substantial margins that was not considered by the House of Delegates. I think where the Senate has tried very hard to address House bills regardless of our persuasion on them, that in most instances we have considered those bills. I do find it disingenuous, if not adversarial, that the House of Delegates has taken a number of bills that passed with exceedingly large margins out of the Senate on a bipartisan basis and have chosen not to even take them up in committee. The bill that the senator from Chesapeake offers really doesn't have a fiscal impact on the budget, but it does represent a modest amnesty to individuals who have spent thousands and thousands of dollars dealing with permits. And there is going to be an adverse impact not to the budget, but to individual members who have sought permits on doing this situation. And it is my understanding that at some point after we ceremoniously reject the ill-crafted House of Delegates budget in favor of the well-crafted Senate budget, that there will be a discussion about conference. And Mr. President, I would just say that I think that the Senate, speaking as a unit and especially on a bipartisan basis, that we need to put some markers down on some bills and especially on some budget language, and let's see how that shakes out at the end of the day. So I would encourage the body to adopt the floor amendment.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendment? Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen in the Senate. Again, this is a fairly innocuous bill to the budget. It does no damage at all to the Commonwealth, but it does a great deal of good for the people in your district, whether it's a Republican district or a Democrat district. They all have to get these permits, and they all will expire by the end of this pandemic. That will cost your constituents a great deal of time, effort, and money. Please consider this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt floor amendment 4-14, number 4S? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The floor amendment is rejected.
Seriously?
Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the Senate adopt floor amendment 4-14 4S? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The Senate rejects the floor amendment.
The gentleman from James City County, number 7, number 1.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, recently I had a new aperture that was added to my body, and it's an expensive little booger, but it is remarkable how well you can hear with these, even distinguishing between ayes and nays. And I would say, Mr. President, that they are very flexible and they can adjust even to the ears of Mr. President.
Can the senator speak up? I can't hear you. What'd you say?
I can only hear you on one side.
Oh, okay.
I appreciate
Senator has the floor.
I appreciate Mr. President's sense of humor, which is usually pretty good. It seems that we are embarking on a lockdown on partisan votes, which is unfortunate because I have this concern that the negative vote may be contagious to other bills. And what I have before you, Mr. President, is a floor amendment 7-1S. And this is another bill that came out, and I don't recall exactly what the vote was, but it was substantial. And what this bill did, that it was very simple, is it said that nobody or no caucus or no individual could make a unilateral determination.
Senator, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Do you mind waiving the reading?
I apologize. Thank you, sir. I got so tied up with that one here. I respectfully move we waive the reading of the floor amendment, sir. Thank you.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Continuing on my futile soliloquy here, I would say that as a result of decisions that were made to remove certain artifacts from the old House chambers, which for many years was in fact envisioned by everyone as a museum, and that having been done unilaterally under the cover of darkness with only a few members of the Fourth Estate invited, frankly enraged some of us. But we were enraged in a responsible manner, and the floor amendment that you have before you is consistent with legislation that came out of the Senate with an overwhelming vote, but was never given the dignity of being docketed on a committee. And what this in fact does is it indicates that no artifacts can be removed from the Capitol without the involvement and acquiescence of the Capitol Square Preservation Council. And I understand those who want to protect their integrity of the bill, of the budget bill, but really, that was a horrendous decision. And it was one that we in the Senate, and in fact, I don't even think the administration had complicity in it other than a late call to DGS. So I would just ask the body to find it in their heart of hearts for the preservation of Virginia's history that we adopt this budget amendment going forward so that we don't wake up one day and find out that the time-honored portraits in the old Senate committee chambers have disappeared as a result of some unilateral action where they may not even be empowered.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding floor amendment 7, number 1? Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would urge the body to vote against this amendment. I must say I'm sitting here rather amused because in the past, when the other side of the aisle was in the majority, they had a couple of really strong directions for everybody. One was you do not vote for floor amendments to the budget, and the other is you don't put legislation in the budget. Things seem to have changed. Now, I actually have never been totally comfortable with that, especially when I was in the minority. And it may be something for a topic of another day, but I don't think it's a topic for a special session. So I would urge us to vote no on this.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt floor amendment 7, number 1S? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Floor amendment 7, number 1S is rejected.
The gentleman from James City, number 52, number 1.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to waive the reading of the floor amendment, sir.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I would ask that we accept the floor amendment, and it is self-explanatory, and it's not an issue that's been addressed before. And as I think back in history, at least maybe during the last 4 to 6 years, there were some individuals that were very adroit at putting legislation in the budget. But it escapes me who that might be, but it was happening with some degree of frequency, frequently also on a bipartisan basis. This amendment is self-explanatory, and it deals with this newly created gubernatorial position of the Chief of Diversity. And that was this governor's decision, and probably the timing of it was appropriate. I'm not sure that the scope of responsibility has been appropriately defined, and one thing I have learned in government if there are no parameters of definition of responsibility, there are those who will fill that vacuum, even if they feel that they are doing so in an altruistic way to promote a certain agenda that they may have. And this issue probably needs to be addressed on a more global basis at a subsequent date. But in this particular instance, it provides that if the Chief Diversity Officer, who I expect has some persuasions that I wouldn't agree with, that if there are memorandums that are being distributed to higher education mandating certain approaches for those individual public institutions on how to proceed with diversity, that information be shared with the chairman of the House and Senate Education Committee. And for those of you that really love that word that I've come to cringe on, and that's transparency, this is about as transparent as you could get. And I do cringe when I say that, Mr. President. It's just not in my active vocabulary. And the second part of that is that the individual who is the Chief Diversity Officer will share with the very articulate and persuasive chairman of our Senate Finance and Appropriations Committee, who I know is like a bottomless well wanting to absorb all that information and coddle it next to her heart, that both she and the chairman of House Appropriations would have a copy of the budget and expenditures that this Chief Diversity Officer is spending. And I cannot imagine, Mr. President, I cannot imagine even someone that wants to maintain control of our budget during these very challenging times, that they wouldn't want to know how that money's being spent. It's just implausible to me. And so if you really want to understand the budget and you want to control it, here's a marvelous opportunity, and I'm so pleased that I'm able to extend that gift and that opportunity.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am sort of chuckling at what my friend was saying because, as anyone who knows me knows, I worry most about what I don't know, not what I know. And on every vote, I'm always afraid there's something I don't know that might be relevant. But I do think this is part of a broader issue that could be taken up at the regular session, and I would urge us to vote no.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt floor amendment 52, number 1S? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is agreed to. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. All in favor of adopting floor amendment 52, number 1S will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The amendment fails. Senator, I'm never borrowing your hearing aid again, so it didn't.
I took the battery out, sir.
I thank the Senator.
The gentleman from Lynchburg, 4-5.04, number 1.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I move that we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the amendment, and speaking briefly to it, I'll say that.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you very much. This actually has something to do with the reason we're here, the special session. This addresses the COVID issue, so that's a good thing. And I would like to add, it's a one-sentence amendment to the budget, and it's summed up very accurately. This amendment prohibits any vaccination for COVID-19 from being mandated on persons who object based on conflicts with religious tenets or practices, and seeing how the Commonwealth has religious exemptions for almost all of our other vaccinations, I thought it was important that we cover the COVID-19 anticipated vaccination with this language, and I ask we adopt it.
Thank the senator. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with the senator that this does deal with COVID-19, and I would suggest that the proper way to have dealt with it would have been to introduce a bill. But this is an amendment to the budget. It seems like an inappropriate use of the budget, and I would urge the body to vote no.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt floor amendment 4-5.041S? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The Senate rejects floor amendment 4-5.04, number 1S.
The gentleman from Franklin County.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. Seeing now at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the Senate adopt floor amendment 4-5.04, number 1S? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Yeah, but what is she going to say that it's?
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 20, noes 19, Rule 36-1. The Senate adopts the floor amendment.
He can't.
Oh, that's right. I didn't vote on the prevailing side. You can move to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having inadvertently voted on the prevailing side, I'd move we reconsider the vote.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the floor amendment was adopted be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I restate my prior comments. I asked that we adopt it, but I would state in response to the senator from Fairfax, we did try to amend the bill, I believe on vaccinations, to add this, and it was defeated. But so I'd ask that we approve it here in the budget amendment. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman, rise.
Mr. President, rise to speak in favor of the motion.
Senator, the floor.
It's remarkable how sometimes when we verbalize a thought that maybe we're not totally invested in, how our mind will take over and make us vote appropriately.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt floor amendment 4-5.04, number 1S? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
Aye.
The noes have it. The floor amendment is rejected. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will now have a recorded vote. All in favor of adopting the floor amendment will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 20, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 19, noes 20, Rule 36-1. The Senate rejects the floor amendment.
The gentleman from Franklin County, 477, number 3.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we waive the reading of this budget amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Some friends.
The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that the floor amendment be agreed to. And speaking to that motion, sir.
Senator, has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we come here and have been coming here for a lot of the issues that are most important in today's newspaper to the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And as stated, and one of those, of course, has been police reform. And in those matters which are police reform, we have seen now appropriated in this amended budget millions and millions of dollars for police reforms. Bills offered that will make policing better. It will make our people safer. I even remember not too long ago sitting in this chamber hearing a member say, this bill will now restore the confidence of the people in our law enforcement in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, today is the time that we show our confidence in law enforcement, that it has not waned, that it has not gone away. This is a very simple budget amendment that is related to exactly the topics that we've been here for 5 weeks on. This budget amendment in its simplest form states that starting July 1 of the year 2021, we're going to start paying our deputy sheriffs, our jailers, a 5% increase. Still not enough for what they do, still not enough for what they deserve, but a measure of our admiration for their devotion for public safety in the Commonwealth of Virginia. It is long overdue. We seem to want to pay for our pet projects. We seem to want to pay for our boutique bills, brochure bills, partisan bills, whatever touches our fancy at 1 minute in a very large budget, but we continually forget about the men and women of law enforcement who do the work to keep us safe, who leave their doors, kiss their children and their spouses goodbye in the morning, and don't know if they're going to come home the next day. They don't obviously do it for money. You can't get rich being a sheriff or a deputy sheriff or working in our jails. They do it because they love our Commonwealth. They love our people. And it is a noble and higher calling that leads them every day to walk through that door and out into the unknown. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Senate, allow me to briefly tell you what all of our sheriffs do the minute they leave their front door and step into their job. Our deputy sheriffs are responsible for the primary law enforcement in 86 counties in the Commonwealth of Virginia. They provide court services, and for those that are not attorneys, when we say court services, that includes monitoring the courthouses, keeping them safe, delivering service of process, transport of persons who are incarcerated to their court hearings and back to where they are incarcerated. Our deputy sheriffs run all of our local jails throughout the Commonwealth. And we have put the responsibility of them for TDOs and emergency custody order transportation services for the mentally ill. Sometimes they're there with them 24 hours a day in transport from the hospital or to wherever. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, just a grand total of arrests that our deputy sheriffs have made in 2019, and this comes from the Virginia State Police. Our sheriff's offices throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia made 60,734 arrests in 2019. But that's not just all what they did. They provided over 3.1 million calls for service, which comes to an average of 8,500 calls per day for these sheriff's offices to handle. They maintain our current local and regional jail populations, which stands at 24,800 891 inmates. In 1 year, they serve over 3 million pre- and post-judicial orders, civil process. They keep our judicial system running. And ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to talk about what they do, let's also talk about the peril that they face. Assaults on law enforcement officers in 2019, sheriff's offices 295. Police departments, 1,585 assaults upon them, and the state police, 39. The turnover rate right now, the rate of attrition is not good for us. In corrections, 16% of the officers leave the job every year. In law enforcement, it's 13%. In some counties, with sheriffs that I've talked to, it's 21%. This is just the average. Court services turnover rates, 13%. If you add that all up and combine it, the average is a 15% turnover rate, and it is much higher in more rural areas. There are 6,618 brave men and women who are funded deputy sheriffs in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And what is their starting salary, ladies and gentlemen? Because that's the most important thing. Their starting salary is $34,475. Let me say that again. $34,475. I can tell you from my own experience in my area that depending on the family size of our deputies, some of them, because of that salary, if they're the single provider, qualify for food stamps, public assistance. The ones I've talked to are too proud to take it. What I simply am seeking to do is to provide a 5% increase in their pay. Because what we talked about, even when I had bills here that we were trying to make sure that the bad cops are not allowed to stay on the street, what we also have to do in correlation with that is make sure that we're paying the best and the brightest to maintain them in those positions so that those attrition rates, that 15% average, goes down so that we can keep the best and the brightest. I have deputy sheriffs, really good deputy sheriffs, who are leaving to take jobs to drive a logging truck because it pays more. If we want to keep the best and the brightest, we need to pay for the best and the brightest to stay in this job. Ladies and gentlemen, this raise is long overdue. And also this raise, if you pass this amendment, prevents our localities from removing their supplement to offset what we're giving them, so that this money will go straight to the men and women of law enforcement who deserve it, who have earned it, and should be rewarded thusly. Mr. President, I'm just going to close by saying this one thing. We sometimes fail to understand that people in the employ of the Commonwealth of Virginia put their lives at risk every day. Some of them don't come home. Deputy sheriffs killed in the line of duty, like Curtis Bartlett, Brian Berger, Percy Lee House, Billy Grimsley, Michael Wollizer, Neil Justice, William Billy Stiltner, Sean Hess, Caroline Green, Dean Ridings, Christopher Paschal, Christopher Ray, Chadwick A. Chad Carr, Jason Mooney, Jason Saunders, Robert Green, Eric Sutphin, Charles A. Fisher, James E. Weaver, John W. Stanford, Jr., Rodney L. Davis, Timothy W. Martin, Frankie L. Betterton, Charles H. Barton, Clifford Dicker, Terry L. Singleton, Charles E. Murray, Jr., Paul Edward Grubb, Tom Felton, John Martin, Richard L. Samuels, Barry, Pendry, Lonnie, Freeman, George M. Brown, Sr., Robert T. Hicks, Cliff W. Scott, Jr., John Rafter, Donald Benson, William Truesdale, Ford T. Humphrey, and Earl M. Heisler. All heroes, all citizens of this great Commonwealth who gave their lives so that we may remain free. I honor them now, but we need to honor them with this vote to pass this budget amendment. So not only do we remember those that have died, of their names that I have just read, but also we take the moment to honor their memories and the people that stand with them every day to protect us. Mr. President, I cannot think of any better way to spend the taxpayers' money. And I ask every member of this Senate to stand with law enforcement, to stand with our deputies who are making $34,475 average income. You cannot feed a family of four. Mr. President, it is most important that we do this. There is, of course, from the Chairman of Appropriations, always that one question, well, where do we take it out of, Mr. President? What pot of money do we take it out of? And I would submit that this annual amount of $23,058,732, that's it, can come out of the $95 million that has been unallocated in this budget. There is no better way to spend our money. And I thank you, Mr. President. I renew my motion that this floor amendment pass.
Thank you. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I share the Senator's admiration and gratitude for our law enforcement. They are making sacrifices that very few of us on our own would be willing to make, and they're doing it for very little compensation in many cases. The Senate Finance Committee's amendment dealing with this takes a slightly different approach. Remember, all that this amendment does is provide additional money for sheriff's deputies and jail officers. What we're trying to do is to help all of law enforcement. So the amendment that we have in our proposed budget is a $500 bonus in December, not next fiscal year, but this December, $500 for every law enforcement officer in the Commonwealth. And then we have a proposed bonus at the beginning of the next fiscal year. There are many ways to show appreciation. I wish we had more funding, but the reality is we are doing as much as we can at this moment to help law enforcement, and I hope the body will vote down the floor amendment. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentleman from Franklin County yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
I will gladly yield to my friend.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
I would ask the senator, during his passionate floor speech, he talked about the rank and file deputies that are making $34,000 or such. I would ask the senator, does this amendment also include 5% salary increases for those sheriffs, regional jail superintendents, and executive jail officers who are making $100,000 plus?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I answer my friend by saying if he would look in the language of this budget amendment, it provides a 5% salary increase for elected sheriffs, deputy sheriffs, regional jail superintendents, and regional jail officers. The amount itself, in total, for over 6,000 of our best and brightest, our law enforcement, is $23,058,732, and it does not take effect until July 2021. I will also remind my friend by saying, in comparison, what we just heard from the Chairman of Appropriations and Finance is the $500 bonus is not anything more than a 1.4% representation of that average salary.
I thank the senator.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak the amendment.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, you know, Senator Stanley is probably one of the best orators we have here. And sometimes his passion is absolutely radiant, as it was just a few minutes ago. And I absolutely support this amendment. This amendment is long overdue. The problem with a bonus, a $500 bonus, is that does nothing to help them in their retirement. It's not part of their salary. Senator Stanley's bill, on an average, would give our law enforcement officers a $3,800 per year raise. And that's just on average. Some will get a lot more, some will get a lot, but some less. You know, we come up here and we say, oh, you know, we love our law enforcement officers. Oh, we thank you so much for what you do. But you know what? At some point in time, you got to put your money where your mouth is. And that's exactly what this amendment does. Ladies and gentlemen, I know Virginia's in a difficult spot right now. But you know who else is in a difficult spot and has been for many years? Everybody covered under this bill. So if you do care about law enforcement, if you do care about sheriff's deputies, if you do care about correctional officers, then vote for this amendment. Senator Stanley's tried for the last couple of years to get more compensation for our sheriffs and our deputies. And this is the chance to do it. The time is now. Do the right thing and vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendment? Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will just close by saying, if we want law and order, which we profess we do, then we need to pay for law and order. If my friend, the senator from Eastern Fairfax, who voted against a bill that I'd offered, is serious about when he said that our deputy sheriffs are some of the most underpaid people in the Commonwealth's employ, then this starts to take care of that. If we truly believe, as we have said, that we need to make sure that they're paid more, then you vote for this. If you do not care about law enforcement, if you don't care about law and order, you don't want to pay for law and order, then allow me to say this. Your vote against it is evidence of that point, in fact. I do not stand here today asking for 10%, 20%. I ask you today to bring their salaries in line. Bring them in line so that we can actually pay them some of what they deserve. I'm reminded of a letter that I got, and I think all of you got, from Colonel Roy Withen, Superintendent of the Virginia Peninsula Regional Jail. He articulated this, and allow me, if you will, indulge me to read it to you. Under the best of circumstances, sheriff's deputies and officers who serve in the profession of corrections perform their duties in a uniquely stressful environment, made only more difficult by the COVID-19 pandemic. Since March of this year, when the pandemic was declared, these men and women have reported to work and have remained on the front lines without fail or complaint. They do so because they have committed themselves to a calling which is essential for the continued safety of their families and the communities in which they serve. They have ensured that the functions of law enforcement and corrections continues unimpeded and uninterrupted, even at the risk of their own health, safety, and lives. Ladies and gentlemen, tell me another group of employees in the Commonwealth that deserve a raise more than they do. Putting their lives on the line, keeping us safe. keeping us free. If we're true about law and order, and that this hasn't been just some one-sided debate, one-sided agenda, then let's acknowledge the importance that law enforcement plays here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And for that, Mr. President, I appreciate your time, and I renew my motion that the floor amendment be agreed to. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to point out that this floor amendment only helps jailers and sheriff's deputies. It does nothing, absolutely nothing, for our Capitol Police, our state police, our local police. They are left out. So if we were serious, really serious, we would raise taxes so we could do what needs to be done. But that doesn't seem to be on the table at the moment. So I would like to again say, I would ask that we defeat this floor amendment.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall floor amendment 477-3S be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The floor amendment is rejected. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. All in favor of adopting floor amendment 477-3S will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The floor amendment fails.
The gentleman from Augusta, 479.10, number 5.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to ask that the reading of the proposed amendment be waived, but I would like to speak to the subject just briefly. This particular proposed amendment would add to a list, and I'll call the members' attention. There is a list within the proposed budget recommendations that are coming out of the Senate Finance Committee, which is actually a very good list. It's been worked on, and it includes reference to about over $1 billion in care funds that have been appropriated to the Commonwealth, and the Senate Finance Committee has chosen to prioritize how those would be spent.
Hey, Senator, I'm sorry. I know you mentioned this at the top of your comment. Do you mind just waiving the reading for procedural purposes and then continue?
I'm not going to pursue passage, so I don't want to waive the reading. Is that okay, or do I have to waive the reading anyway?
I was told, yeah, to sort of speak on it, you'd want to waive the reading.
I'll do that.
Okay. I think you'll do all right with the motion.
Okay.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of the proposed budget amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I presume that y'all were listening before I waived the reading, so I won't go back over that part. But I would call your attention. I think it's on page 126 through 131, where it delineates the priority items that your Senate Finance Committee have suggested for uses for the care money that the federal government has appropriated to us. Up to this point, the legislature has had little input into how those funds were being allocated. That's not a criticism of the administration. That's just the way it is. But we've proposed a process for moving forward, which is included in this amendment, and also how the monies were to be allocated. There were 2 deficiencies that I noted that I wanted to address with floor amendments. The first one has to do with agency-directed personal care attendants. In this list where we proposed allocations, we proposed an allocation of $34 million for consumer-directed personal care attendants, and I think that's a good thing. Our omission was for the agency-directed care attendants, and upon concurrence with the chair with the House Finance and Appropriations Committee that we will try to work on this in conference. I would ask that the amendment be withdrawn.
Thank the senator. Without objection, the floor amendment is withdrawn.
The gentleman from Augusta, 479.10, number 6.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I will get with the program and ask that you waive the reading of this floor amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. A similar story. I referenced the list of priorities that we've established or hope to establish for expenditure of almost $1 billion in care funding. This particular amendment addresses what I view as a deficiency with our hospitals. As we're all aware, there's been significant financial pressure on our hospitals during this time of the coronavirus, and we all want our hospitals to be financially stable. Many of them are financially stable, but some aren't. They've taken some hits, and again, upon the assurances of the chair of the House Appropriations and Finance Committee that we will try to work something out in the conference, I would ask that the amendment be withdrawn.
Thank the senator. Without objection, the floor amendment is withdrawn.
The gentleman from Bedford, 479.10, number 4. I'm sorry, 4-0.01, number 2.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I ask that that amendment and item number 299, number 2S, go by temporarily.
Thank the senator. Without objection, those floor amendments will go by temporarily.
Mr. President, I'll let the clerk read the next.
I'm sorry, Senator, I got lost. 479.10, number 4.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of the budget amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, first off, I want to mention that I'm very grateful for the fact that we spent some time before we got down here talking about possibly what items in this budget would look like, and the chair has been very gracious in a couple of ways. One is to continue this conversation about us actually having input into the ways the CARES funds are being expended. Number two, she's given us full access to the staff, and I'm very grateful for that. Mr. President, as we've been discussing this issue of the CARES money, one item is abundantly clear. I think Virginia has an opportunity to do what many other states have done, and that is use CARES money and direct the CARES money from the legislature and not just from the executive. Mr. President, this amendment does just that. There are many of our school systems that are struggling to stay in full-time education in person, and I understand that. I wish we could find a way to get them back. I think that them being out of school is injurious to them, and ultimately we're going to pay a penalty for that, especially in the first, second, and third grades. Mr. President, but it is the way it is, and we have decided that we'll go down this path, and localities, so many of them are deciding the path they need to go down. Mr. President, this amendment comes from the senator from Henrico and I to take $300 million from the CARES Act funding that has come to the Commonwealth. And remember that this has been over $3 billion, and even if we do this, over $2.5 billion of it will be expended without really any strong input from this Senate of Virginia. This would take $300 million. It would break it up and it would send it back to parents given the guidelines that have been given to us by the federal government. The federal government has indicated that anything under $500 will we give back to parents who are struggling to teach their children at home will be done in an unaudited way. Mr. President, what this amendment does, if you look in Section 2, it says that the superintendent of public instruction will go out to localities and request, after this budget is paid, that within 2 weeks they make application to come back and provide these funds. Mr. President, it also allows this money to go back to parents so that they who are struggling to provide care, it could be child care in many cases, it can be for computers, it can be for educational equipment, it will provide that money for those parents on a per pupil basis. This is a somewhat complex, and I appreciate Senate Finance staff for helping with this because it's important that if we don't spend this money, that the time and the clock not run out. So you'll see in the latter part of the amendment item number 2 that it does require that all the funds be expended by a date certain, that date being December 14th. Mr. President, that allows us to regather all of the unexpended portion if there are some, and does allow us then to provide that back to the administration, who has given early indication they will likely put it toward the unemployment trust fund, which I also support. So, Mr. President, with that, that is what the amendment does. I think it gives us multiple opportunities. One, it allows us to finally help parents in a way that I think many of us would like to do. Number 2, it allows us to direct the CARES money in a way that I think is very productive. Let me address the question about appropriateness in the budget. Mr. President, as with a couple of my amendments, this is the only place to do it. There is no other place to do it. So we're going to do it. It needs to be done here, and it needs to be done now. This is the opportunity. We have literally within weeks to get this money out. It'll be of a tremendous assistance to a number of families in Virginia. Mr. President, this does go to public school. It does not go to our friends in the homeschool and private school, but it does go to locations where we currently expend our education dollars. Mr. President, with that, I would like to yield to the senator from Henrico, who has helped with the writing of this amendment.
Thank the senator. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the amendment.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, there's not one amongst us who has not heard repeatedly from our constituents about the stress on families that this school year has brought. And families rely on schools for so many things for their children. And we all know, as investors in education, it is so much more than curriculum that can be shared online. And, Mr. President, for families that have children who cannot stay home alone, they are under particular duress to find safe, albeit expensive, places for their children to be. I talk with women every day who really are on the brink of exhaustion from trying to fulfill the many roles they have as maybe employees or maybe working from home and being educators. Many of them have had to have additional equipment in their homes because they have 4 children working on computers, and they need to be able to have access all at the same time. And there have been an extraordinary number of stresses on families, and this is an opportunity for us to fulfill that commitment that we support them in the education of their children. And when a unique situation arises as COVID that has resulted in the closing of the schools, we don't just abandon them, but we actually provide them the opportunity to offset some of those costs they would never have had if the schools had been open. So, Mr. President, as this session was convened with the explicit intention of addressing issues for COVID, there is not an issue more important than this. $3.5 billion from the federal government were extended to Virginia to help offset those costs. And much of that has been distributed in many places necessary in Virginia, but not here, not to our parents. I'm so grateful and let me make sure I get this right, from the senator from Bedford for helping me with the structure of this bill, with his outstanding knowledge of the budget and how things work. There were many ways that we looked at addressing this issue, but Mr. President, for the families, for the children, for the working moms, for those that are trying to make ends meet in a year where there's unusual financial stress in the home, I would ask that everybody in this body support this budget amendment and utilize our constitutionally given obligation to appropriate funds, including the coronavirus relief funds, to ensure that the monies are spent in the right way in Virginia to make sure we listen to the needs of our constituents. Mr. President, I'll close by saying I can't reiterate, I know we've talked about this before. When we think of these families, I don't want anybody here to forget that 42% of our families that attend public school in Virginia meet the financial criteria to qualify for free or reduced lunch. That means they're at 125% of the poverty level, and we have now asked them to take on additional expenses. I have families in my district. An example is one where there's a 12-year-old, an 8-year-old, and a 9-year-old in the home of 2 essential workers. Those parents have been gone every day throughout COVID, and their 12-year-old minded the 8 and 9-year-old while they did their schoolwork, and is doing that again now. And so, Mr. President, that's one of many stories I can tell. I know everybody here has several, but I ask the body to support this budget amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to this amendment.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would first of all like to thank the senator from Bedford and the senator from Henrico for putting legs to my Bill 5020, which this body I encourage to support this time. As I travel across Virginia, whether I'm talking to the rural areas, whether I'm talking to the more urban areas, this is a bipartisan issue that our parents are asking for help in. No matter what socioeconomic group parents are coming from, the concern is across the board, Mr. President. They need help. They need financial help in trying to balance the needs of working full-time and having to also educate their kids at the same time. Mr. President, like my Bill 5020, this amendment gives parents the relief that they need to offset the cost associated with educating our kids. Mr. President, there are many school boards across Virginia who have abdicated their constitutional responsibility to educate our kids, saying that our kids have to sit in front of a TV screen for 8 hours a day and to call that an education. Mr. President, I would argue that's a complete abdication of our constitutional responsibility to educate our kids. And we need to give the parents the tools that they need to reallocate that money in the form of some type of education voucher in which parents can apply those monies towards private school, homeschool, or tutoring their kids. Mr. President, I would ask today the body, this is a bipartisan issue, to show our support, our bipartisan support of education here in the Commonwealth, and to ensure that no matter what a child's zip code is, that they will not be left behind. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to the amendment briefly.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also thank the senator from Bedford and senator from Henrico for bringing this budget amendment. My biggest criticism of it is that it's not big as I would like it to be. but I think it's going in the right direction. It's troubling to see what's happening to so many of our students across the Commonwealth and the families that are trying to help the students in their families. And there's probably no group that's actually been hit hardest by the situation than our public school teachers in divisions that are closed to in-person learning, but then also have their own children enrolled there. I was talking with a friend today whose spouse works here in one of the school divisions in Greater Richmond, and because of the situation of the child care costs for their children, they're actually taking a loss this year by his wife still teaching. But she does it because she cares that much about helping the students that she knows are in these challenging spots. It's very distressing that I think in this body, there's different views on how to do several things. We passed several bills on a bipartisan basis to try to help our school divisions reopen. And none of those bills were voted down on the other side. Because there's no procedural resolution, they're still up theoretically. But the House committee, well, over 1 million school children, public school children in the Commonwealth and their families are facing a school year that no one would hope for. The Education Committee in the other body hasn't met once. They had nothing that they thought that needed to go forward, no ideas of their own apparently, and they didn't vote down the bills that we sent them on a bipartisan basis. And so I hope this is something that's adopted in our budget, and I hope this is something that our conferees will be able to fight for, because the other chamber does not seem all that interested in trying to improve the situation, which even though we have different perspectives on how to do it, we've at least put some things forward. I think this is a small step to helping our families in the meantime. I hope it's something that we can adopt.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Mr. President, would the gentleman from Roanoke County yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Certainly.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
The gentleman said in his next to last remark that this is a small step towards, would the gentleman agree that we're talking about $300 million?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would agree that we're talking about $300 million of the federal funds. What we're talking about, the impact on families being $500, which $500, given the situation that our families are in, is not a great deal of money. I wish that it was more. The Roanoke Valley, one of the great things about it is that we have lower cost of living, but even in our lower cost of living, $500 will not take you that far for child care.
The gentleman yield for another question, Mr.
Senator
President.
Yield.
Certainly, Mr. President.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
If this amendment were to pass, you would agree this would be almost 30% of the federal coronavirus relief funds.
Senator has the floor.
Do you agree?
I don't have the exact figure in front of me, but I think that
10%.
My seatmate, who was previously on Senate Finance, says it would be approximately 10%.
So there's $3 billion, excuse me, Mr. President. Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Senator Yield. Senator Yields, you have the floor.
So if we have $3 billion in federal coronavirus relief funds, this is approximately 10% of it, $300 million. First question, have you spoke to the governor's office asking about directing 10% of the federal funds to relief to the parents of these children?
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll answer that question in two parts. First, despite what you'll read in the Richmond Times-Dispatch about the governor's office talking with Republican legislators about proposals, even those that were introduced by myself or the senator from Rockingham, no, we have not heard from the governor directly that on any issue. So, no, I have not spoken to the governor directly about this. I would love if he'd like to do this. Secondly, when we're talking about the percentage of the coronavirus funds that we're going to spend on helping public school families in our K-12 system in the Commonwealth, I would point out that every budget for decades, it's come from Republican majorities, Democratic majorities, and split General Assemblies. There's been nothing we've spent more money on than public education, K-12, because it's been the #1 priority every time. And there's been nothing more disrupted than public schools, and I think there's nothing that should create higher priority.
Would the gentleman yield for a final question, Mr. President?
Senator Yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
While I would agree with the gentleman that there probably is no greater priority than educating the children in the Commonwealth, has the gentleman given thought to how he would administer the distribution of $300 million to these millions of families and do it in a timely fashion that it can benefit them during these challenging COVID-19 times?
Senator, the floor.
Yes, Mr. President. I believe it's spelled out here. Additionally, I am not the chief patron. I did not write it this exact way. I support it. I think that it's a good approach. But if you want to ask for the exact step-by-step, that was written by, again, one current member of Finance and one former member of Finance, the senators from Bedford and Henrico. I'm a strong supporter of it. But if you read the actual language, it talks about how the $500 would be calculated. I think, like I said, I'd like it to be larger, but I think that this is something that I'm not sure we can get 21 votes for this, but I think that this comes closer to getting 21 votes. I'd love to get 21 votes for this. It's not my written language, though.
I thank the senator, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the amendment.
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will say that I certainly share the goals of the senator from Bedford and the senator from Henrico. Of course, we want to provide a better safety net for our parents who really are struggling with so many jobs, or roles, I should say. Either they're working at home or working away from home. But nonetheless, our school systems across the Commonwealth, for the most part, are closed, and our children are learning at home. But my issue with this amendment is we're making an assumption that a one-time $500 payment to the parents is somehow going to provide a safety net that will yield long-term benefits. We are going to be in this pandemic, I suspect, for another 6 to 9 months. I hope not longer. And we have superimposed by this amendment our own judgment on what would best be needed in a school system or for a parent. Perhaps technology tools would be better used. Perhaps money that would be leveraged with a nonprofit who can provide an education hub, which is, some of those are growing up around the Commonwealth, where they are educating students in a socially distanced manner, very few students at a time, but they are education hubs where parents can take their children if the parents need some time to work at home or work for an employer. So there are a lot of other uses for our educational money that I think could provide a stronger safety net and certainly would provide more flexibility than just a one-time cash payment to our parents. So for that reason and for other reasons, I am not going to support this amendment, as well-intentioned as it is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan, rise.
Mr. President, thank you. Just to address a couple of the questions that have come up.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Specifically to the senator from Arlington, this money could be used by those parents for any of your stated reasons. It does not specify anything else. Number two, I certainly think that it would be more appropriate to spend coronavirus relief funds, which are specifically intended to relieve some of the challenges associated with coronavirus. And for our families with kids in K-12, there is no greater challenge than figuring out how you work, how your kid gets the support they need for an online education, and maybe where they are to be safe during that day and the technological equipment they need to accomplish that. Secondly, I don't think it's a good idea that we be proposing taking educational funds and funding for schools, which are struggling to get back open in bricks and mortar, and reallocate it to the families when we have coronavirus relief fund. So for both of those reasons, I believe that this bill is a much better bill. It's better to do this now with coronavirus relief fund, which expires in December, than it is to procrastinate it and not have anything accomplished. So, Mr. President, in answering those questions, I think that the junior senator from Richmond's questions were previously answered, and I just wanted to, if nobody else was going to speak, make those statements.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Kiggins, rise?
Mr. President, thank you. I just want to speak briefly in support of the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've read multiple articles how disproportionately working women and mothers are affected by the issue of childcare and the struggles we've had with having to make choices between are we going to keep working or are we going to stay home and watch our kids, because certainly there are many, many children who cannot be left alone at home. And this is disproportionately affecting our women, especially working women who come from low-income families who have to work. I just think the messaging, I've heard many people say that the $500 maybe isn't enough, or this is a one-time payment, but just that symbolic payment of, look, we listen, we hear you. I get phone calls to my office, letters to my office just from parents who complain that they've had to find alternate child care, but this is not free. So they were using public schools, they didn't have a cost, but now they're having to pay to have someone supervise their children in virtual school. I especially have heard from our veteran community in Hampton Roads. These guys don't have a choice. They can't work virtually. Many of them deploy. Many of them don't have family in the area, so they can't call their parents to come watch their kids. But if both people are in the military, these are just people that have to go to work. So what are they going to do with these children? They've had to find other places, and that costs money. And the military certainly hasn't paid them any extra due to the extra child care costs. So I just think there's so much that we have not been able to do to get our kids back in school safely. I think we all know that we want them there. What's really come out of our General Assembly special session that we've done to help our parents, to listen to our parents, to get our kids back in school safely. This is just a small token, a small gesture of something that we can give them with funding that's federal stimulus funding that's out there that I can think of no better use than to spend it on our future of our country and on education. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendment? Seeing none, the question is, shall the senator adopt floor amendment 479.104S? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The Senate rejects floor amendment 479.104S. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. All in favor of adopting the floor amendment will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The Senate rejects the floor amendment.
The gentleman from Bedford, 4-0.01, number 2.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, there is another amendment that is a substitute to that one. So, Mr. President, I would like to withdraw that in favor of the item 4-0.01, number 3S.
Thank the senator. Without objection, 4-0.012S is withdrawn, and we'll now take up 3S. The senator wish to waive the reading?
Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I will not take long. I think I get the way we're heading here. Mr. President, earlier this session, we had a number of bills that would put some limits on executive powers. Mr. President, I've stood on this floor many times and talked about the fact that I believe that we are free people that should be represented by a representative democracy, and that at some point the legislature should have been in months ago dealing with the issues that are before us. Mr. President, I talk about that surreal moment where I listened to someone, not the governor, but a representative of the governor, talk at a press conference about how we are to have doubles ice dancing, and on it went. Mr. President, I think looking back on it, we will have 20/20 visions on things that we should have done and could have done that could have been better, maybe some more restrictive, many not. Mr. President, this actually gives us structure. Mr. President, I put it in a budget for a very specific reason. One, people indicated that the bills that we heard before they thought was too restrictive. And number two, they said it won't go into effect in time. Well, on the first point, I tended to disagree, but I've fixed that issue. And number two, the budget is the only way to have a measure like this go into effect immediately, unless you consider one item, and that is that we had a drop box bill earlier this year that was unlike any other bill ever. It was deemed to be a general appropriation bill. It only requires a majority, and it passed, and it basically was an emergency clause. Mr. President, I wasn't bright enough to think that up. I've never seen it before in my 28 years here, so this is the only way. This is the only, in my opinion, general appropriation bill, so it's the only way for this to go into effect immediately. Mr. President, let me tell you what this does not do. This does not any longer, with the provisions that are in this substitute, do away with any executive order that may come up either from the Commissioner of Health or from His Excellency, but it does, for the first time, do in Virginia what many other states currently do, and that is it says that if you're going to have an executive order that is intended to go beyond 90 days, that we should call the legislature back into session. Mr. President, I think that is the way we should do it. I know there are some here that tend to agree with me on both sides of the aisle. Some say let's do it in a bill. That's okay. But I believe that the budget is the only way to get this done. So that's the reason I've introduced it. I know you've heard from me on this subject before. I hope if we don't do this, because there's some lockdown on the budget amendments, that we do take this up and we join other states and say that the Senate of Virginia and the 5 feet of the Code of Virginia matter, not just an executive during times of executive order. So, Mr. President, that is the amendment, and I hope we will pass it.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendment? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt floor amendment 4-0.013S? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The Senate rejects floor amendment 4-0.013S. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. All those in favor of adopting the floor amendment will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 20, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 19, noes 20, Rule 36-1. The Senate rejects the floor amendment.
299, number 2.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I would say she killed my amendment without even standing up. That's pretty good. But I got closer. Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of item 299, number 1.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, many of you know that we have had, I think, what is a very good, comprehensive sex education in our schools for many years. It works well because it's local. It's done very well. I, like many other people, were shocked to find in their mailboxes something that came out from VDH just the other day. This is a sex-to-text talk line, which I did not know we had authorized in the budget, and I've looked into the budget, and actually it's not in there. We never authorized the funding for this. This is something that VDH determined to use. Get this, they determined to use basically Title V funding, and they decided to use the Title V funding, which is a grant program that is dedicated specifically to abstinence, to a program, and I'm not going to be Senator Garrett and read it to you, but if you go to this website, it's something that I would not want to read in many cases here. Mr. President, here's the questions that come out. I don't know why VDH determined that they were going to contract with a group I've never heard of called ASHA to do this, but the questions poured out. One, where did the funding come from? There was Title V money. Where did the rest of the money come from? The other is who is receiving these phone calls? We're starting to hear that VDH is not getting any of the phone calls. It's going to a private organization, texting with our children about the most intimate items. Who are they? What are the background checks for these individuals? Mr. President, I can't get the answer to the background checks that is being done. Is there background checks to make sure there's no pedophilia and otherwise that are associated with this? Is that possible? Who's keeping the data on our children? When someone texts us in, who's keeping that data? Are they allowed to text for any other purpose? We do not know. We have requested the contract from VDH, and we have not seen that as of yet. Mr. President, I think that the reason why this, I think, needs to go in the budget is it's a very clear signal to us that in the past, we've allowed certain matching grants to come through back language in the budget. And there really is no oversight from Senate Finance on this. When I called Senate Finance, they were, as they always are, fantastic. They found it, right? They found out where it came from. They were very, very helpful. But in the end, we've never authorized this. I've been very supportive of sex education for many, many years, but I do not believe that anyone should send a flyer to a young person and encourage them to text them all their questions as it relates to the item on this website. Mr. President, I think that local determination is important. So what's in here? One, it's just a request that if you're going to use Title V, sexual risk avoidance education, you might want to do that instead of doing something else like what's in the website. Next is that we need to make sure that if there's a contract like this, we need to know where did the mailing list come from? We need to know where the addresses are. We need to know who has control of the phone numbers and the text messages that end up going to a different company that we have never, at least I have never heard of before. Mr. President, I have been supportive of a number of things. I support LARCs. Some in my party don't. I end up supporting schools having these local boards that make sure that information that is needed gets out to our children. But I would never support the idea of sending something to a child or a family and saying, text us and trust us. We know nothing about you. We'll answer all those questions for you, and we will not tell you where the data is going. Mr. President, this is troublesome to me. It may not be to anybody else. I was surprised of it. I have had very few items that have received quite the reaction that this has been in my districts. And you may say, well, it didn't show up in your district. I had to ask the administration to tell me why. How did they pick my district as opposed to some of yours? And they came to yours? Well, they also came to a 75-year-old person in my district and their wife, which is 72, and their 72-year-old said, you know what, I might not need this information at my age, and they're probably right. Mr. President, I just think that it's a couple of points. One, if we're going to go down this path, We need to make sure we do it correctly. This is my opinion. It's done wrong. I look forward to getting more information about the contract. And number two, it is a fair warning to the Senate Budget Writing Committee that you've got to be very careful of that language that says you're authorized to do with what you would like with some of these matching funds. Mr. President, thank you for your time.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to this flyer and this amendment.
Senator's the floor.
I support this amendment, Mr. President, and this flyer was mailed into my district as well. And it was mailed to folks who didn't even have kids. So I'm a little surprised about this, but Mr. President, I decided to send a copy of this with a letter to the governor's office. And almost a week later, I get a response telling me that it's part of a national group that is coming in and talking to our children about and asking them to text with them about sex, STDs, relationships, condoms, sexuality, STIs, pregnancy, and a whole lot of other things like that. And Mr. President, a couple of my constituents who received this had very young children in the household who actually they allowed to get the mail. So imagine it when that happens and their young children are getting this and they're reading it because it's very cartoonish looking and it's called Birds and Bees. And Mr. President, I don't know whose decision it was to get the state involved with this and sending it out to a ton of our residents and constituents. But I will tell you who would love to have a job with this company. And it's every child sexual predator, even the ones we've just recently paroled. They'd love to have this job. And because the acts of the General Assembly here last year, they don't even have to put on there that they're a child sexual predator. They can just go and apply for the job and get the job. And we've just provided a new dream job for child sexual predators, Mr. President. I don't know whose brilliant idea this was, Mr. President, but I support this amendment, and whoever did this, whoever came up with this wonderful idea, really needs to have a second thought about what they're doing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Mr. President, would the senior senator from Virginia Beach yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Mr. President, I'll happily yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I'd ask the gentleman, is his angst with this amendment or this bill the fact that there may be certain people that disseminate or distribute information, or is his problem with the people that are hired to distribute that information? Or lastly, is it the problem with the information that they respond with?
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, I'd like to say all of the above and then kind of add to that a little bit.
All right,
when the governor's office, the administration, makes a decision that they want to send something like this out in our districts without coordinating with the General Assembly, our schools, our school boards, and they want to hire an outside national organization to text, to call, to talk to our children about these subjects, that's where I have a problem with it. And Mr. President, a little background on that. When I was in the Navy, I spent a little time with NIS at the time. Today it's NCIS. And I dealt with these horrible child sexual predators. And Mr. President, I can tell you, every single one of them would love to have a job like this. Mr. President, the General Assembly should be aware if we're putting programs in like this, if we're putting this information out to our children, to our schools, heck, even to our senior citizens, but I'm sure that was a mistake. Mr. President, I have an overarching problem with this because whoever signed the state up for this program, whether it was the governor, whether it was the governor's administration, somebody in VDH, they didn't think about the ramifications this would have. They didn't think about how child sexual predators would love to have this information, would love to exploit these individuals who are asking questions on this. This is a nightmare waiting to happen, Mr. President, and it should not have been allowed, and it should never be allowed. And that's why we have a General Assembly to provide oversight
and things like that, Mr. President. Thank you.
Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Will Senator yield?
Mr. President, I'll give him one more question.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
I am looking at the language of the amendment, subsection I, and it states that the department shall ensure that any federal funding used for any service or contract that allows youth to submit questions regarding sexual health require that such information and response only include information on the benefits of voluntarily refraining from sexual activity. Does the senator believe that the only information that should be distributed from a qualified counselor or vendor should only include information on abstaining from sexual activity?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I actually think that would be a wonderful idea. But Mr. President, let me go a little further. Imagine a child sexual predator talking to your children about relationships, contraceptives, sex, pregnancy, STIs, STDs, and more. Anything that they have in an anonymous way about their sexual benefits, their sexual health. It's a new text line for teens. Have a question about birds and the bees? Use an anonymous sexual health text line for answers for teens. Mr. President, this is for teens. So, yeah, I have a problem with expanding what we're doing today, and I would like to dramatically restrict that or stop it altogether or give the General Assembly the oversight that we deserve and we should have, and this should not be a unilateral decision made by the governor or the administration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Speaking briefly to the amendment, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
You know, sometimes I think that we as members of this body are looking at two different pieces of legislation. I listened to my friend or my colleague from Virginia Beach very carefully. This amendment has nothing to do with the vetting of potential employees that would be hired by an entity to answer youth's questions. Rather, which was the entire premise of the senator's angst about this bill. He mentioned that there would be child predators, predators that would be hired by these companies. This doesn't address that. The problem what the amendment does say, is that you can only provide information dealing with abstaining from sexual behavior.
Mr. President.
Does Senator yield?
I yield.
Senator yield. Senator from Bedford. Senator Newman.
Would the gentleman yield?
Senator yield?
I do yield, Mr. President.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, would the gentleman agree that in Section J of the amendment that any time that you have the Virginia Department of Health, that they would need to coordinate their communications with that is approved by the local school board?
Senator has the floor.
Yes, and I was getting to that, and I did read that. It states very carefully, the amendment does, that the Virginia Department of Health shall ensure that any programs first comply with any approved family life education curriculum standard approved by each local school board. That particular section I doesn't talk about the ins and outs of that program, whether it allows for dissemination of information dealing with sexual activity or just abstaining from sexual activity.
Mr. President, would the gentleman yield for another question?
Senator yield.
I yield.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
Mr. President, would the gentleman agree that this document that did all this would not have been available had it would have had to actually come through the Senate of Virginia, come through our Appropriations Committee if they had not found a way under Title V to actually use a matching program? So the concerns, which include from the gentleman from Virginia Beach about whether or not you would have a program that did not vet potential sexual predators, did not retain information, did not violate the Code of Virginia as it relates to sexting with teens by an adult, if they had not gone through the federal program Title V, which would be prohibited by this amendment.
Senator has the floor.
If the senator's question was, do I believe that it normally would have come through the Appropriations Committee, if that was a question, I think the answer is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm
finished, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Speak to the amendment, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, this really shouldn't be a partisan issue, and I hope it isn't devolving into that. And while I very much respect the chairman of Finance saying that we shouldn't adopt any budget amendments, this doesn't affect the actual budget, but it's very necessary. You know, I always thought, and I've been a lawyer for a long time, that it was illegal for an adult to text a child to talk about sex. And there's a reason it's illegal, because these children are vulnerable. And that's a policy discussion. And I think that's something we probably all agree on, that we've got to watch out for the most vulnerable in our population. And we've had a lot of discussion about what this program is. The truth is, we don't know. We don't know because it didn't come through this body. We didn't get a chance to look at the program and determine if it was a good program or a bad program. We just know that there are flyers going to people's homes, to children. As far as we know, kids get phones now by the time they're 10 or 12 years old or earlier. And they're now receiving flyers saying, if you want to talk about sex or you got questions about anything about that, text me anonymously and we'll talk about it. Well, if that doesn't scare you, what should really scare you is nothing is anonymous anymore. And so if they're texting on that phone, somebody is getting that data, they're gathering that data, and what are they doing with that data that is going to impact that child in their lifetime? And I don't know the answer to that, but that should concern all of us enough that we should want to get our eyes on this program at least to determine what is going on with this. And so I hope that we could at least support this amendment, Mr. President. It's very important for our children's sake.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
Speak to the amendment, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
I'm going to speak in opposition to the amendment, not that the topic isn't incredibly important, but it is for precisely the reason that it's incredibly important. We should not be acting on it today. The authorizing committees, Education and Health, should actually look into this issue. It's true, our young people are communicating by texting these days. So it's unclear to me whether there's information, there's basic information that might be available. More detailed information is really done in a different manner, and there's more discussion. So it is not clear at all from this budget amendment what exactly we're trying to correct. There's something happened that people are very uncomfortable with, and information was mailed out to a large cohort of people who certainly didn't need to receive that information, but I don't know anything beyond that in terms of what this amendment would do, how it would correct the program, what standard local governments are actually using in the language that's here. So for all of those reasons, I think we should not vote for this amendment at this time and maybe have a more thorough discussion next session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the gentlelady yield for a question.
Will Senator yield?
Yes, I will yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I appreciate the gentlelady. My question is there any other vehicle? Is there any other vehicle that can put an end to this? Is there any other vehicle that's coming through that can make sure that we have the information about where the mailing lists come from? Is there any other vehicle that we should use that will make sure that the telephone numbers are not kept? Is there any other vehicle that will allow us to make sure that the individuals who are dealing with this on the other end are not child predators? Is there another vehicle I should choose that's not the budget of Virginia that will go into effect in about 10 days? Is there another vehicle that we should do so that we can get after the contract that's already been made?
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would say to the senator from Bedford that I would sit down and have a conversation with the program managers articulate the way you have, or attempted to in this budget amendment, your concerns and actually try to find out exactly what is happening. I don't know if predators received this information, and I don't think anybody in this room does. We are very unclear about how this program is being presented and implemented, and I cannot gather what you completely intend to do just by this budget amendment. We should be having a conversation with the program manager, articulating our concerns and getting more information. That would be my answer.
Mr. President,
Senator.
just final question.
Senator Yield?
Would the gentlelady
Yes.
yield for a question?
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, would the gentlelady agree in little item I that basically this amendment would not allow this activity to take place?
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, as I read item I, the department shall ensure that any federal funding used for the service that the contract allows would have to be met. So there are federal requirements that we're supposed to be responding to. That would be my answer. I can't say definitively, although with all due respect, the senator from Bedford does have a sentence in here that says no other type of information shall be disseminated to youth without specific parental consent. Again, it is unclear to me exactly what is being disseminated for what purpose and whether or not it's contextual. So because of that, I would ask that the body not vote for the amendment.
Mr. President,
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the gentlelady.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the amendment, Mr. President.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I'm troubled hearing for a couple of times now, 2 or 3 at least, that these need to go through a committee. Shouldn't be in the budget. But this should happen today. Because if we take no action on this, and this is not in the budget, this will have no chance of having any effect until July of 2021, because we'll deal with it in the next session, and if we decide to do something about it, our laws don't take effect until July 1st of that year. So that gives us 10 months of not knowing what's going on, not knowing what information is going out there, not having parents able to control all of this. But golly, I guess it ought to go to committee. Some things you just got to take care of. And I hope our children are the first thing that we think about. This ought to scare every parent in the Commonwealth to death. This does, fine, let's take action today, and you know what? We can take care of it in a committee, in a bill, again in January if we've done something wrong. But let's take the step to protect our children and their families from potential danger. We don't know what it is. We don't know what's out there. And that ought to scare you to death in this day and age. Please support this amendment.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Northwestern Fairfax? Senator Boysko, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the amendment.
Senator, has the floor.
So as this conversation has taken place, I did a little bit of research by looking up what the Birds and Bees program actually is on the VDH website here in Virginia, and I think we need to take a deep breath. The Virginia Department of Health has contracted with this organization called the American Sexual Health Association. It has been in effect since 1914 and has a long history of providing accurate sexual health information to young people. It's a national group. All of OSHA's health educators participate in training. They are informed by the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the Society for Adolescent Health and Medicine. All of the health educators have bachelor's or master's degrees and have work experience in a variety of health education-related backgrounds, and they all undergo a background check before they are hired. It also says that the health educators that are used here are maintaining strict confidentiality policy unless the user indicates danger and imminent harm, which answers some of the concerns of setting this information out and allowing, predators on it. Clearly, VDH is not allowing this. Secondly, it says the postcard campaign, and I'm just reading from the website, and everybody in this room is able to look at this too. A postcard campaign was recently carried out to promote and market the program. Postcards were mailed to adult households with younger people between the ages of 13 and 17 and legal adults 18 to 19 in the counties with the highest overall teen pregnancy rates in the state. It is funded through the Title V dollars, the block grant. It is supported for sexual risk avoidance education administered by the United States Department of Health and Human Services. And it says that the parents, they were addressed to parents. And it says that this block grant found that in a needs assessment conducted this summer by VDH, found that only half of sexually active young people reported using condoms and even less reported using other forms of contraception. Furthermore, in this needs assessment, young people expressed a desire for more accurate information. I think that we're fear-mongering a little bit in here. There's no access for sexual predators to get hold of this information. It's not being disseminated. I think that if people had done a little bit of homework to understand exactly what this program was and ask people at VDH, perhaps they could have gotten the answers to the questions that raised their concerns. This is the way we usually do things instead of just calling, setting our hair on fire.
Mr. President.
But I would ask that
Mr.
we
President,
reject
the
this
gentlelady
amendment.
yield for a
Thank you
question.
very much.
Does Senator yield for a question?
Mr. President, I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, if you can ask the gentlelady from northwestern Fairfax County, how familiar is she with the laws of North Carolina?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I'm not a legislator in North Carolina, nor have I ever lived there. So I would say that I am not as familiar as I am with the Virginia laws.
Further question?
Mr. President, I actually reached out to the governor's office and the administration when my residents received this. And I received a good response back from the governor's office. And that response, Mr. President, says VDH has contracted with ASHA, which is out of Raleigh, North Carolina, to provide birds and bees in Virginia. ASHA administers and manages all aspects of the texting on sexual questions line from North Carolina. So, Mr. President, I have a problem with this because North Carolina laws are a lot different than Virginia laws, especially when it comes to child sexual predators, Mr. President. Is the gentlelady from northwestern Fairfax County familiar with that?
Mr.
Senator's
President,
floor.
Mr. President, I would just repeat the statement that these are people who have been educated in health, and there is a background check that every person who is on this is required to have passed, according to the website that the VDH, our Virginia Department of Health, has provided.
Mr. President.
Further
I'm sorry.
Mr. President,
Pardon me.
I worked for NIS dealing with these child sexual predators who were highly educated, who had security clearances, who went through extensive background checks, Mr. President. Again, child sexual predators who had security clearances and had already gone through extensive background checks. And Mr. President, I'm telling you, when there's a problem with somebody like this, there's a problem. In Virginia, we're going to put this out to North Carolina to a company that has not been vetted, and we don't know if they're doing the same background checks that the state of Virginia would do. Mr. President, I don't care how well you do background checks on individuals, there are always ways to get through it, as they have in our military, and our other situations with individuals with security clearances, as we know, who go through some of the most extensive background checks. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Franklin County? Senator Stanley rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak in support of the floor amendment.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, my dad used to always say to me, son, you can't unring a bell. And it can apply in so many different ways and for so many different reasons. And what we're doing right here without fully vetting it, this organization, without taking our time, is that we are ringing a bell that cannot be unrung. And the wise arguments that are being made on this side are not histrionic. They're not lighting our hair on fire. We're concerned citizens, parents even, who want to protect not only our children, but our neighbors' children, the children of our brothers and sisters. And why is that so bad? You know, I've learned over time that the internet is a wonderful thing in that it can provide a lot of information. It can provide a lot of opportunity. But ladies and gentlemen, it also allows a pedophile to come right through your daughter's or your son's computer and into the room. You can't unring that bell. That kind of access is dangerous. And so when we contract with a company that will provide, as they like to say, confidential information, free and anonymous sexual health text line for teens, pardon us for being concerned. Pardon us for being parents. I mean, can the government just please stay out of my life and my children's life and allow me to provide this education? And my neighbors to provide this education. Can you just please? Do you think I am not responsible enough? Or my wife is not responsible enough? I mean, can you just allow me and my wife, the mother of our children, to be the ones to instill the values necessary so that they make the right decisions when it comes to sexual health, reproductive health, and not some text line that's going to teach my children about the birds and the bees, or to give them answers about relationships, contraception, sex, pregnancy? That's my job. That's every parent's job in Virginia. And yes, some parents fail. But we've earned that right. We have not yielded that right to the government to do it for us. This is an unnecessary event going on in Virginia using this text line, using this company. This doesn't cost any money, and it may go against Madam Chair's absolute rule that no budget amendments from the floor, no budget amendments from the floor. But this is a doorstopper that will allow us to take a deeper dive and a better look. The parents of the Commonwealth of Virginia have a natural-born right to make these decisions and to have these discussions with their children. I have that right. Can the government just please stay out of my business? Can it allow me to make those decisions and every Virginia parent to make those decisions? I cannot believe that we are sitting here right now either with a rule that says no budget amendments, no floor amendments, no floor amendments, when this one floor amendment proposed by the senator from Bedford is quite frankly smart for all of us just to undertake. And let's make one exception. Let's make that exception for our children and their parents. I don't think this will harm any precedent-setting objectives, directives, but it will do the most in order to protect our families and let the parents who have the rights have those conversations and make those decisions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Henrico? Senator Dunham rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the amendment.
Senator has the floor.
I'd like to make a few points because I think it's really important. And I know that we are moving quickly through this budget and that there are many foregone conclusions in the budget, but it would not be responsible for us all to not pause for a couple of minutes and think about a few principles. I do want to assure the senator from Northwestern Fairfax County that we have indeed reached out to the administration and to the Department of Health, and we have some answers. These postcards were mailed to children 13 to 19 years old, not their parents. We are a parental rights state. We have struggled with many decisions in Virginia and in decisions that we've made in our budget and in our legislation because we value the rights of parents to discern for their children. And parents are the best people to do so. They have the most vested interest. In this case, the discernment of the parents was taken from them and given not only to a state agency, but instead to another organization that has no regulation or responsibility to Virginia. I too have been on the websites. There are no protections for users of these sites. Our children who can be tracked to their digital devices for whatever reason have no protections. Further, this Birds and Bees program is owned by ASHA, which is the American Sexual Health Association. I've looked them up too. We don't know who their contributors are, but their contributors are private. So we have abdicated a principle of Virginia that is embraced by our constituents and is embraced by us, and that is parental rights, on a very sensitive issue to minors, for minors. We're not talking about emancipated kids here. You have to be 16 for that. This is a roundabout from the legislative process, responsible decision-making that was a surprise to everybody in this room. Is that not staggering? Mr. President, it is time to pause. It is time for us to take seriously the responsibilities we have in Virginia, and it is time for us to stop the forward motion of unilateral decision-making in Virginia without discernment and input from the legislature, and this is but one of many examples. And I urge the constituents to vote their conscience and think about a 13-year-old child who is unprotected on a digital device, texting to somebody from an organization that is funded by unknown resources, is outside the state of Virginia, and is unregulated by us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to speak in favor of this amendment.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, as a mother of four, I've many times told my children not to speak to strangers. And yet this is government-sponsored organization of allowing our kids to speak to strangers without parental permission. Mr. President, I would argue that no parent, regardless of their race, regardless of their party, wants strangers speaking directly to their children without permission from the parent. Mr. President, I would ask, why are we usurping the rights of the parents? This is parental rights versus a nanny state, allowing a mindset of the government raising our kids. Mr. President, I reject that notion and ask the body to support this amendment. We cannot and will not usurp the rights of our parents to raise their kids in favor of a nanny state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Russell, Senator Chafin, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak in favor of this amendment.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, I've been a lawyer for 35 years. And one of the tenets of our law in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and indeed in this United States, is the primacy of parents. The primacy of parents to make decisions about their children, to control their children's lives, to determine what is best for their children. Now, that is recognized by the United States Supreme Court. It is recognized by our Virginia Supreme Court.
This particular program, this Birds and Bees program, usurps the idea of the primacy of parents in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Now, Mr. President, we've not approved any education plan that adopts these little skits, these little ideas that somebody's going to be able to talk to our children by text and discuss with them the very intimate details of their life, of their dreams, of what they may be thinking at a tender age. And Mr. President, that's just not right. That is not right that this body has not had an opportunity to review this and that it is just thrown out like a bucket of hogwash, towards our children. Mr. President, I've got to tell you, my children are my flesh and blood. They are my jewels. They are my gold. They are my treasure. Yes, I like to make money. Yes, I like to earn a good living. I like to have investments. I like all those things. But I love my children. And I believe the members of this body loves their children too. And I believe that the members of this body recognize, and I remind them, that our children are our treasure. They are our jewels. And we must protect our treasure, and we must protect our jewels, and above all, we must protect our flesh and blood. Mr. President, I hope that this body, regardless of the rule that has been discussed, I hope that this body will do something to protect our children until we know more about this program. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, the senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben rise.
To briefly associate myself with remarks from the senator from Northwestern Fairfax.
Senator's the floor.
To underscore that accurate information can be a good thing. And I just wanted to share one fact as we consider this about whether or not households should have the ability to let their youngsters reach out to accredited people who are credentialed to deal with this topic. 92% of sex predators are a family member of a close friend of the abused child. So this would allow kids to anonymously report abuse or ask questions. And a child is at much greater risk of being abused at home than they are from a credentialed sex educator in another state. Something to think about as you cast your vote. Encourage the body to vote against the amendment.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I'll be brief. I did not mean for this to take so long. Clearly, there are some strong feelings on this. Mr. President, let me just wipe up a couple of things. One, I urge you to read the amendment. If you believe that we should be using Title V dollars for this, then vote no. If you believe that this should not come before the Senate committee like we did with the LARCs, we fixed the LARCs. LARCs was a good program the way that came through the Senate committee because the chairman and Republicans and Democrats and liberals and conservatives worked together, and a good plan was finally brought together as a result. If you bring the same item before the Senate committee, we could work out something. If you read the amendment, it talks about the fact that you need to follow those local setup requirements for this type of activity. We did that on purpose. We were in the committee together with many of us. We said, you know what, we're going to have a local group reflecting local values. That's what the court has said you use, right? And so we did it. We did it here. And this goes completely around that. And I urge you all to go look at the website, because I got to tell you, it doesn't tell you much. I've read every single bit of it. It doesn't tell you. I urge anyone to tell me in here, what is the training to be this specialist? I got to tell you, it's not there. It's not there. I urge anybody to tell me from reading this website where the data goes. It's not there, Mr. President. I'm concerned that we were gone around. Your budget committee was gone around. The Senate of Virginia was gone around, and they did it in areas where we have pretty good law on things like this, and it was ignored. Mr. President, I would hope that what comes out of this is a backing up and that we get information that relates to this data, that we make sure that there is not people that are continuing to text our children without our knowledge. I would hope that happens. I would hope that we would come out of this and very closely regulate the Title V money. I think this Senate needs to do that going forward. Mr. President, I apologize again. I didn't anticipate this taking so long, but I think the next time something like this happens, it needs to come before this body and before her committee to make sure we know what we're doing before it's done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt floor amendment 299-2S? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The Senate rejects floor amendment 299-2S. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will now have a recorded vote. All in favor of agreeing to the floor amendment will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The Senate rejects the floor amendment.
The senator from Henrico, 313, number 16.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we waive the reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will keep it brief. I noticed the pizza is here, Mr. President. These are two bills. The first speaks to really long-term care, home care, something we know in Virginia we need to support. This has no fiscal impact associated with it. It is simply a means for personnel to report increments of time that they spend with a person in need that they're providing personal care for in 15 minutes instead of an hour. It's the way their devices work that they have to use. It's the way the CARES Act, we're here to talk about COVID, it's the way the CARES Act dictates that they actually report their time increments. And Mr. President, we need to help them. This is a struggling industry, but an imperative one, because they're taking care of those who cannot take care of themselves in their own home. Mr. President, I hope that you'll accept this amendment and that the body will support it. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Both of these amendments actually have a lot of potential for being good policy changes, but they are policy changes and they're not directly related to what we're here for this special session. I would ask that we vote no, but in January we'll have every opportunity to look at these in depth and have our staff analyze them.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Mr. President, thank you. Just quickly, I will say I don't understand then. I don't know why we're here if we're not here to look at how to make improved efficiencies with COVID. And this is one I appreciate that we can hear it in January. But I just sometimes don't understand why something without a fiscal impact. I would have submitted this much sooner if they had been received. But I believe that this is the right place and the right time to do this, and I hope we can help these long-term care providers out. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt floor amendment 313-16S? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The Senate rejects floor amendment 313-16S. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. All in favor of adopting the floor amendment will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 20.
Ayes 20, noes 20. Chair votes no. Floor amendment fails.
Senator from Henrico, 313, number 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment seeks to correct a similar situation I guess the point I tried to make last time and failed, thought to make but failed, is that I think it's very appropriate we direct how Medicaid reimburses in the budget. And so I think it's both appropriate that these be budget amendments and not bills, but also that we address them during the COVID crisis. In this instant, Mr. President, nurses are doing telephone.
Senator, I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Waive the reading. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sorry about that. Question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. This simply allows nurses who are supervising home sites to do it by telephone instead of in person, as long as they can, and a individual visit is not, a face-to-face visit is not necessary. It's a way that we're adapting medicine to be both nimble and effective, and they need it in the long-term care community, and they need it with COVID. So, Mr. President, with that, I move that the body support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentle lady from Henrico County yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
What's the fiscal impact on the budget with this amendment?
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. What a great question. There is no fiscal impact, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendment? Seeing none, question is, shall the Senate adopt floor amendment 31317S? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The floor amendment is rejected.
Senator from Hanover, 114, number 1.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, ye who's last shall be first, maybe, on the list of floor amendments we have. So, Mr. President, I ask that waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll be brief. It is clear the direction that the floor amendments have gone, but I thought it was important that we have this continual discussion about broadband because, Mr. President, as you have heard me say on multiple occasions, not just during the special session, but over the last year, so many of my constituents do not have access to this process, are not able to watch us here tonight, because they do not have internet that they can access. They can't go to school and do online training because they don't have the internet at their houses. They can't do telemedicine because they don't have internet at their houses. But, Mr. President, as we look at the budget, there is the ability for us to directly impact that and impact that quickly through our broadband program called VATI. So, Mr. President, this simply puts $50 million to that program and allows rural and urban Virginians who are not served by broadband to be served. So, Mr. President, again, we've seen how these bills are going, but I hope as each of you reflect on what your constituents are able to do and have access, particularly during the times that we've been in, this is important, and it's important that we do it now.
Thank the senator. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you. I would hope we would also vote no on this one, but I would like to point out the kinds of investments and the rapidity with which we're increasing the investments that we're making in broadband. In fiscal year 2019, we invested $4 million. In 2020, $19 million. And in 2021, we're proposing $50 million. So we are stepping up, and we're hoping we'll be able to do more quickly. But, Mr. President, this amendment would take away from our balances, it would reduce our unappropriated balance, and it would possibly weaken our ability to react to whatever may be facing us in the near future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to speak in support of this amendment, and I'd like to thank the gentleman from Hanover for introducing this amendment.
Senator, it's the floor.
Mr. President, we have asked our parents to do the impossible right now in some of our rural areas across Virginia. We've asked them to educate their children at home, and many of them have expressed to me that they don't have an appropriate upload and download speed. Mr. President, we've asked these parents to educate their kids at home. Many of them have been mandated by their locality 100% online schools, yet we have not given them the necessary broadband or internet access to be able to meet that obligation. Mr. President, I support this amendment because I think education is important, and this is just a part of bringing our kids to the current century and giving them access to the internet so that they, if they're mandated by their government to homeschool, that they have the internet access to do so. Mr. President, this too should be a bipartisan issue, not only giving them internet access, period, for economic development where a lot of people are forced to work from home. I think this is mandatory and necessary to allow our parents to educate their kids from home. It reminds me of my bill, Senate Bill 5021, in which gave access to parents where we would provide them that ability to provide that internet access. For that reason, Mr. President, I ask that the body support this amendment and give parents and children, our students, the ability to ensure that once again, that their education is not determined by their zip code. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak to the amendment,
Senator's the floor.
while I will be voting no on the floor amendment, I would like to bring to the body's attention, I serve as the chair of the Broadband Advisory Council of Virginia, and on August 18th, the entire Broadband Advisory Council sent a letter to Governor Northam expressing our strong support for his proposed initiative regarding funding for the special session. He has proposed a record $85 million to be invested in last-mile broadband expansion over the next 2 years. This historic investment of VADI funds will fund last-mile broadband infrastructure for those who are unserved. I am strongly in support of that, as is the entire Broadband Advisory Council. I will not be able to vote for the amendment today, although I certainly appreciate it and look forward to working with our colleagues to make sure that we are serving the unserved members in our rural areas. And I ask that the body remember that we have already put in $85 million and ask that we not support the amendment, although I do appreciate it.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendment? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt floor amendment 114, number 1S? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The Senate rejects the floor amendment. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. All in favor of adopting floor amendment 114 1S will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 20, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 19, noes 20, Rule 36-1. The floor amendment fails. For what purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with regard to the voice vote on item 313, number 17S, having voted in the majority, I'd ask that we reconsider our vote. Mr. President, I was asked by one of my colleagues which one I'm talking about. The senator from Henrico County, Senator Donovan's item number 313, number 17S, that dealt with telephonic supervisory visits by licensed nurses. As you recall, Mr. President, it was a voice vote. And my request, if it is proper, is that having voted with the majority to defeat that amendment, that we reconsider our vote.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the vote by which the floor amendment 313-17S failed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having previously spoken to the budget amendment, this is simply nurses that are able to bill for telephonic messages. There is no additional budget impact.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor amendment 313-17S be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The floor amendment is defeated. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. All in favor of adopting floor amendment 313-17S will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 20.
Ayes 20, noes 20. Chair votes aye. Floor amendment is adopted.
Returning to page 2, the uncontested block of 2 bills. Again, returning to page 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we reconsider the vote by which the uncontested bills on the uncontested House bills on the calendar on third reading were passed.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the uncontested House bills on third reading in the block was passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that House Bill 5045 and House Bill 5109 be passed by for the day.
Thank the senator. Without objection, House Bill 5045 and House Bill 5109 will go by for the day.
How about 20 minutes? 20 minutes. Dinner too.
Okay. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw. Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I would move now that the Senate stand in recess till 7:15, and dinner's in the back over there.
Thank the senator. Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 7:15 p.m. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats.
Returning to page 2 of the calendar, House Bill 5115.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, wait a second here. I'm going to defer on this to the senator from Prince William, who's worked on this particular bill and was author of basically the grandfather of this in another situation. So,
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. This House bill is modeled after legislation that I worked on several years ago after the federal shutdown. And so if you'll see, a lot of the same provisions apply in terms of foreclosure proceedings, providing a 30-day stay of those provisions that outlines the process of which someone can utilize this tool, Mr. President. Happy to answer additional questions, but this is a collaboration with industry, much like we did with the federal shutdown. This is now applying the same context based on the impacts of COVID, Mr. President, and ask the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5115? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5115 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 5.
Ayes 34, noes 5. House Bill 5115 passes.
Turning to page 4, regular calendar, House bills on third reading. House Bill 5047, a bill relating to the Virginia Post-Disaster Anti-Price Gouging Act, manufacturers and distributors. The committee amendment has been adopted by the Senate.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
The net effect of the amendment was the committee substitute adopted already. What this does is it adds manufacturers and agriculture people that advertise. And I'm not sure the bill accomplishes an awful lot. And the reason I say that is there's no definition in the code for what constitutes gouging or what constitutes, unconscionable, which are words in the bill. But this was requested by the Attorney General, and I was telling people, I guess, unconscionable and unreasonable is like Potter Stewart once said about pornography. You can't define it, but you know it when you see it. But the bill does not do any harm. Overall, it's a plus, and I would hope that you all would support it. It's just one more tool, that's all.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, speaking of the bill,
Senator's the floor.
Just very briefly, Senior Senator from Fairfax hit the nail on the head. I mean, the problem with this bill is there is no definition of unconscionable and unreasonable. Same manufacturer, same agricultural enterprise could be subjected to 120, 135 different standards all over the Commonwealth of Virginia, depending upon the predilections of a Commonwealth's attorney, a grand jury, or whoever handles these cases. This is bad for business. It is a well-intentioned idea that is not ready for prime time, if it ever would have been.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5047? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5047 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. House Bill 5047 passes.
House Bill 5064, a bill relating to the Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, landlord remedies, noncompliance with rental agreement payment plan. The committee substitute has been adopted by the Senate.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass, and speaking briefly to that motion.
Senators, the floor.
This is a mirror of Senate Bill 5088. In fact, the way it is right now with the substitute, it is exactly the way that bill passed the Senate unanimously, requiring payment plans to be offered to tenants in arrears on their rent. This is only for tenants of landlords of 4 or more units. They would enter into an agreement to pay the total rent due over no more than 6 months, being offered only one payment plan over the term of a lease. It is supported by the Apartment Managers Association, the Virginia Association of Realtors, the Mobile Home Association, and the Virginia Poverty Law Center. And again, I'll remind you that the Senate version had previously passed the body 35-0. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Mr. President, would the gentleman from Alexandria yield for a question?
Senator yield.
I yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I hate to delay this, but I just have one question because I'm curious. These folks have contracts between the tenant and the landlord, and if we enact a law that abrogates the rights of that contract, is that not unconstitutional?
Senator has the floor.
No, this is a way for them to enforce the terms of the contract. The contract is still ongoing in that it doesn't change the length of the lease. It just is a way to recoup the expenses that the payments that the tenant has obligated themselves to. And it doesn't change the lease. It seeks to enforce the payment. So they would, if they default on their payment plan, though, they would be subject to the usual process of eviction.
Would gentleman yield for one final question, Mr. President?
Will Senator yield?
And I thank the gentleman for that answer, but I guess I would just ask this way. If this in any way changes the terms of a contract which is between 2 contracting parties, is not that in fact an abrogation of contract rights, and wouldn't it be unconstitutional?
Senator has the floor.
I would say no more than the current moratorium on evictions that we're under now. This seeks to enforce the part of the contract where the tenant has obligated themselves for the payment of the rent, and it tries to make the landlord whole. The cost for an eviction is about $3,500 to a landlord, and the reason that the apartment managers and the realtors and the Poverty Law Center, leaning towards the tenants, all agreed to this is that it's a win-win for the contract to be completed over that 12-month period.
I thank the gentleman, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does Senator from Loudoun, Senator Bell, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentleman from Alexandria yield for a question?
Senator yield.
I yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
I thank the senator for his work on this fine bill, and I would ask the question: if both parties have mutually agreed upon an amendment, would it not just be an ordinary amendment to an existing contract?
Senator has the floor.
That's true. He raises a very valid point.
Further question?
Mr. President, speaking of the amendment.
Senator has the floor.
Speaking of the bill, I would just say that this is a mutually agreed upon amendment to the contract, and it's a solution for both parties. The tenant could actually decide not to enter into this agreement, and then the landlord would then have the ability to go ahead and pursue eviction. So with that, Mr. President, I will be supporting this bill. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5064? 40. Seeing none, question shall House Bill 5064 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 16.
Ayes 23, no 16. House Bill 5064 passes.
House Bill 5029, a bill relating to law enforcement officer failure to intervene in use of excessive force penalties, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
I move the bill go by for the day.
Thank the senator. Without objection, House Bill 5029 will go by for the day.
House Bill 5043, a bill relating to community care teams and mental health awareness response and community understanding services alert system, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with the substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass and speaking to the motion.
Senator, want to move the substitute first?
I want to move the substitute first, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. The senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now like to move the passage of the bill and speaking to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The substitute we just adopted is the mirror to my Senate bill on the Marcus Alert System that passed the Senate with fairly wide margins. Again, setting up a system for identification, framework for response to mental health, developmental disability, and other crisis. And happy to have the Senate Finance Appropriations also fund some critical portions of it in the budget as well, Mr. President. And with that, I ask the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5043? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5043 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 15.
Ayes 24, noes 15. House Bill 5043 passes.
House Bill 5049, a bill relating to acquisition and use of military property by law enforcement agencies, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill go by for the day. 5049.
Without objection, House Bill 5049 will go by for the day.
House Bill 5051, a bill relating to decertification of law enforcement officer, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the House Bill 5051 go by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 5051 will go by for the day.
House Bill 5055, a bill relating to law enforcement civilian oversight body, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move the substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Yeah, Mr. President, I move that the bill pass.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, this is the civilian oversight body. The difference between the House and the Senate substitute is it's optional. No locality is required to do it. So it's an optional civilian oversight body by any locality that wishes to do it. With that explanation, I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5055? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5055 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. House Bill 5055 passes.
House Bill 5058, a bill relating to issuing citations, possession of marijuana, and certain traffic offenses, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the substitute of the committee be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, the Senate substitute differs from the House in several respects. It's basically, you can call it the pretext stop, that if under certain conditions the police cannot stop a person in anything that they get out of the, such as for smoking marijuana, for example, so anything that they find they cannot use in evidence under those conditions. So that's all that the bill does. So the bill is identical to the previous bill that passed the Senate. And with that explanation, I move that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5058? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5058 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. House Bill 5058 passes.
House Bill 5062, a bill relating to dismissal of criminal charges on Commonwealth's motion, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute, and reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that we have a floor substitute. I would move that we reject, with the recommendation we rejected, I would move the judiciary substitute.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that we reject it, I would move that we adopt the Finance Committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the Senate adopt the committee substitute? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we waive reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the floor substitute. Speaking to that motion.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that is identical to or similar to my bill that came out last week, which I believe passed with a significant margin, although not unanimously. This had to do with Commonwealth attorneys wanting to drop charges and then defer dispositions for other charges. The floor substitute before you represents peace in the valley on the bill, and there are two changes relative to what you all saw when it left. The deferred disposition part of the bill is identical to what you all voted for before. There's been absolutely no changes to that. What's different about this bill is two things. Number one is that the reason it got longer is that when a charge is deferred for dismissal, this just says that the person is required to pay court costs, and the Supreme Court requested that to avoid a fiscal impact. So if you get one of these agreements where your charge is deferred and reduced or deferred and dismissed, it just says you have to pay the court costs, which are typically like $80 plus or minus if it's one charge, or $80 per charge. The other change is that instead of amending the null pros statute, a null pros is when a prosecutor wants to voluntarily drop a case, the House approach was to change the statute about agreed dismissals. And so what this bill does instead of dealing with the null pros statute is, if you look on, let's see, page, let's see, where is it? Lines 136 through 145, it says that if a Commonwealth attorney makes a motion to dismiss a case and the defendant stands up and says, I'm fine with that, then a judge is required to dismiss a charge unless somebody, for example, the victim could show that there's bias or prejudice towards them because of race, religious conviction, gender, disability, sexual orientation, color, national origin, etc., or if there's bribery. So it basically does the same thing, just procedurally a little bit differently than what we proposed, but there's peace in the valley on this, And this bill is going to make a big difference for folks because it actually gives prosecutors the ability to give folks a carrot to improve their lives and make themselves better and rehabilitate themselves instead of only having a stick. And this will allow prosecutors to do deals where people can get either reduced charges or dismissals if they rehabilitate, do community service, drug treatment, et cetera. And I think it's a real big deal. I'm really happy we were able to get it done, and I would move that we adopt this substitute.
Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Rockingham? Senator Obenchain rise.
Would the senator from Eastern Fairfax yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
I'll yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I would ask the gentleman, I'm intrigued by his representation that there is peace in the valley. My question to the gentleman is, between whom?
Senator has the floor.
I would say, well, first of all, I'm not aware of a single organization or person that's spoken against this bill, I think, since it's been in our chamber in any of the proceedings we've had. There was a little bit of a disagreement between the two chambers about the right approach to make it more predictable when prosecutors want to drop their charges. We want to do the all-pros approach. They want to do the motion to dismiss approach. We ended up agreeing on their approach. But other than that, I'm not aware of anybody else who takes issue with this legislation. So that's, I guess, why I said that.
Mr. President,
further question?
At risk of exposing myself as somebody who is opposed to the legislation, I would ask if the gentleman would yield for a further question.
Senator yield.
I'll yield.
Thanks. Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would ask the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax whether I am correct in my understanding that lines 136 through 142 essentially give a prosecutor the right to dismiss a charge simply because he or she does not agree with or like the statute under which the person, the accused, is charged.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would say that that's accurate, and I think what you're saying is they're not a situation where the prosecutor thinks maybe the person was, the conduct might fit under a different statute. I think you're saying where the prosecutor doesn't like the statute from a policy point of view. And yes, a Commonwealth attorney could do that, and I think that's a little bit of what's been going on, which this bill is trying to address. I think we all know that there's been issues, I think, in Norfolk and Arlington with regard to marijuana possession charges. But if you don't like other laws, I suppose you could use it for that too.
Further question?
No, Mr. President. I would like to speak to the bill, though.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I thank the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax for his candor. I think I've learned two things. One is that there is apparently peace between the House patrons and the Senate patrons. I'm not at all convinced that there is peace among the law enforcement community and members of the General Assembly who support this legislation at all. And, I've been here for 16, 17 years now, and I take seriously our responsibility to make the laws. I think that if a law is improvident or should be repealed, it ought to be repealed here, not through the independent action of one Commonwealth attorney in a jurisdiction in Virginia. And whether it's marijuana laws or some other laws, if it's on the books in the Commonwealth of Virginia and somebody's charged with it, I do not believe that a Commonwealth attorney ought to simply be, because he or she disagrees with the actions that may have been taken unanimously by this body even a year or 2 years before. I don't believe that we ought to be giving the Commonwealth's attorneys the discretion to dismiss those charges and override the decisions that have been made by the General Assembly. If these are bad laws, let's repeal them. And I get the sense that we're on the way to repealing some laws that members of this body believe are bad. Let's deal with it that way, not by creating super legislators in Commonwealth attorneys' offices across the Commonwealth of Virginia. I would urge the members to vote no.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
To speak the amendment, Mr.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, first, I would like to see if the senator from James City County would yield for a question on this amendment.
Will Senator yield?
I'll be happy to, sir.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since this has nothing to do with airborne radar or weapons release control or marine construction, and I'm not an attorney, I'm going to ask a brilliant legal mind a question. As this bill was explained, as I understand it, yeah, I'm talking to you. As I understand it,
Senator Obenshain, can you move out of the way a little bit so that you can talk to Senator Norman? Thank you. Senator, please continue.
Thank you. Under this
You
bill,
thought I
as
was brilliant
explained,
when I got him off that side of me, Charlie.
this is a serious question. So, under this bill, as explained by the senator from Eastern Fairfax, if the prosecutor and the defendant agree that the charges should be dropped, then the judge has no choice but to drop those charges. Is that correct?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, as I read the bill, I think it's basically a two-step situation. Is one that the prosecutor and defense attorney or the defendant can agree upon a deferred finding on that based upon certain terms and conditions. At the conclusion of that, or what they call final disposition, depending upon the behavior of the defendant, either they be convicted of the original offense, a less offense, or then it can be dismissed outright.
Further question?
No, I thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thanks. Senator, for what purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Speaking to the substitute.
Senator's the floor.
In all due respect, Mr. President, I think the senator from Rockingham is overthinking this legislation. One of the things that I've admired about him is that he is a strict constructionist of the Constitution. And for as long as I've known him, including 10 years in the House, he's traveled that path. What this bill really is simply a separation of powers bill. And what this means is the following, that if the Commonwealth, the executive branch, makes a decision that they're going to null pros the charge, the judge, the judiciary, can't interfere and say, no, you won't. That's all this bill is. And I'll give you an example that almost all of the Republican, not colleagues, but people that I know and speak about, I think this analogy brings it home. General Flynn had the same situation in federal court. If you remember, General Flynn was indicted, sidebar, unfairly. He was indicted, and after spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in investigation, they finally realized they got it wrong. So the federal prosecutor came in and said, we're going to dismiss the charges against General Flynn. And the judge, in a really unusual, unheard of situation, said, no, you're not. And then he got another judge to interfere, to review it, to determine if he could do that. That was wrong because the judiciary was interfering with the executive branch, the executive being DOJ that decided to dismiss it. So that's all this bill is. It's not about super legislators. It's not about a conflict with the police. It's simply a separation of powers issue. If the executive branch says we want to do something, judiciary, stay out of it, unless, as set forth in 138 through 143, there's evidence of bribery or bias or prejudice. So with that said, Mr. President, I would ask the brilliant minds up to the left to say whether or not they agree with me.
Senator from Rockingham, Sir Obenshain.
Mr. President, what I would say to the gentleman from Richmond is that if it is covered by the Constitution, then this bill is totally unnecessary, and you ought to vote against it for that reason.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Mr. President, at the risk of revealing myself as a Republican who actually supports this bill, I'd like to speak to it.
The senator has the floor.
And Mr. President, with great respect and deference to my colleague from Rockingham, I was a Commonwealth's attorney for a period of time, and I've been a defense attorney for a lot of years. But this is something we always did. We did it all the time, and it worked. You deferred cases, and you put people on terms, and you gave them a chance to work through it so they could try to keep their records clean. Or there wasn't evidence to prosecute a case. And as a prosecutor, there were a lot of times when I looked at a case and said there simply isn't evidence in order to prosecute this case, and I would move to dismiss the charge and the others. And I can't imagine if the judge had said, nope, you're going to try the case anyway. Well, what am I going to try it with? I don't have the evidence to try it. The truth of the matter is this was a standard practice years ago. I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. Some folks in the House of Delegates, I guess, didn't like it, and they started putting pressure on the judges. Sometimes when they would come in to be reappointed, and they would have, I've even seen delegates ask a judge, have you ever deferred a case? Because you understand, if you do that, the law says you must convict, and that's just not what we did. And the thing's gotten all fouled up. The Supreme Court came out with a decision that fouled it up just as much, and I shouldn't say that, I guess. But the fact of the matter is, it worked. It was a tool that actually worked for both prosecutors and defense attorneys. I did it for years and years, and I saw a lot of clients of my own benefit from it. As a prosecutor, I saw a lot of citizens in the community benefit it. And of course, you can have some prosecutors who will abuse this on a policy level. I get that. It's impossible to create a perfect rule, and we all know it's impossible to create a perfect rule, and there will be those that use this for a political policy issue that they probably shouldn't or that you and I disagree with. But as a general tool to be used by both prosecutors and defense attorneys and for the benefit of the citizens in the community, this works. And I think the gentleman from Fairfax has done a good job with this.
Thanks. Senator, for what purpose is Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, rise?
Mr. President, I agree with the senator from Prince George. I keep asking which George, King George. Which George was it? First, second, or third? Anyway, King George. Yeah, King George. I agree with him. This is the way it was always done over the years. I disagree, however, with my good friend, the junior senator from Richmond, with regard to General Flynn. As one of like 2,200 former federal prosecutors who signed off on a document saying what the Justice Department is doing with regard to General Flynn is totally wrong, because that case was very, very different. He had already been convicted. They were at the time of sentencing, and for political reasons, apparently, they came up with some excuses, and it's now still in the court system. But no, this is exactly what has been done historically. So I agree with the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax, as well as the gentleman from one of the King George's counties. And so I think this is a good bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any senators other than the patron of the substitute wish to be heard? Seeing none, Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of things to wrap up.
Senator's the floor.
I'm sorry, yeah, speaking to the floor sub. Thank you. I think you all, other speakers pretty much laid it out. Just a couple points I want to make. First of all, we have independently elected Commonwealth attorneys in this state for a reason. They're independent constitutional officers. The reason we elect them locally is to exercise their discretion about their local values, their local priorities, and what's important in their jurisdictions. And that's why we have independent constitutional officers and why we don't let them be hired by the Board of Supervisors or a city council. There's all kinds of statutes that right now they choose not to prosecute. When's the last time you heard of an adultery prosecution? I know of one adultery prosecution in the last 50 years in Virginia, and that's still a misdemeanor on our books. When's the last time you've seen, for example, speeding 1 to 10 miles an hour actually initiated or prosecuted through to conclusion? There's lots of things that aren't prosecuted right now today. When I introduced this bill in the regular session, when I brought it to the Court's Crim Subcommittee, and I explained to everybody that we needed to put something in the code because there were judges might not drop a case when the prosecutor said that, the members of the Crim Subcommittee looked at me and said, who's ever heard of that? And then 2 weeks later, the news hit that in Arlington County, the judges weren't doing it, and then a month later in Norfolk they weren't doing it. That's why this bill is needed. And all this does is it takes our laws pretty much back to where they were for about the last 100 years until about 6 months ago, or about 5 years ago in case of the deferred dismissals. But it restores our system. It's a good bill. Again, aside from maybe the senator from Rockingham, I don't know of any organizations that have a problem with it or any prosecutors that have stood up and said that they got a problem with the bill. I think it's a good bill. We ought to pass it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the bill pass.
Senator's the floor.
Nothing else to say, Mr. President. I hope we pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5062? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5062 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 9.
Ayes 31, noes 9. House Bill 5062 passes.
House Bill 5068, a bill relating to state of emergency, emergency relief payments exempt, emergency. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, let me take up the committee substitute. With the recommendation that we reject, I move that we adopt the Senate Judiciary substitute.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to waive the reading of the floor amendment. Floor substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the floor substitute and speak to the motion.
Senator, the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is a very good bill. I like it from the delegate from Prince William County. The idea is to basically prevent stimulus payments from getting garnished. So it would become an exempt, just like Social Security benefits are exempt from garnishments. The only problem was the language was very broad, such that it would have encompassed all sorts of grants and funds from the government, including PPP funds, which of course can be millions of dollars, which would therefore basically make them exempt from garnishment. So what this floor substitute does basically draws it down to the stimulus payments themselves, and by using the precise language from that federal act, will make it just applicable to those stimulus payments. And that's the sum and substance of it.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? Seeing none, the question is, for what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Will the gentleman from Fairfax City yield for a question?
Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the gentleman, under this bill, stimulus package payments cannot be garnished. What if there is a gentleman or a lady who is severely behind on their child support and where their wages could have been garnished? That means that none of this money can then be touched to support his family, that he hasn't supported up to this point?
Senator's the floor.
Well, let me understand. This is my substitute. So
I understand.
The substitute basically narrows the bill. So the substitute would make the bill only about the stimulus payment, which is the $1,200 a month, the $1,200 checks. That's my substitute, is to narrow the scope of the bill. The actual underlying policy is whether these should be exempt from garnishment altogether. We can get to that, but my substitute is just to narrow the scope.
Will the gentleman yield for one more question?
Senator Yield.
Sure.
Senator Yield.
And I appreciate it, the narrow nature of the scope of this bill. But I guess my question was, that $1,200 stimulus check could not be garnished to help support back child support. Is that correct?
Senator's the floor.
I think that's a separate portion of the code. Typically, child support payments are separate. I mean, that can be garnished or that can be seized through the Department of Child Support Services. So that would be separate. This has to do with creditors. Like, let's say, for example, your credit card company has a judgment against you, your bank has a judgment against you. These payments, like Social Security payments, would be exempt from garnishment. Child support's separate.
Mr. President, would the senator from Fairfax City yield?
I yield.
Mr. President, I would ask the gentleman whether lines 116 and 117 address the concerns that were just raised by Senator from Chesapeake.
Senator's the floor.
Yep. I'm going to take out my...
Yep. Which reads, for the purposes of this section, no such exemption shall extend to child support, spousal support, or criminal restitution orders.
I want to thank my colleague for the leading question, to which I shall respond, yes.
Mr. President, I thank the gentleman.
And I thank both the gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, rise?
I was just going to say, it's in the bill that, there's no exemption for child support, spousal support, or criminal restitution debts. I know.
Thank the senator.
So, Mr. President, I renew my motion to adopt the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having adopted the substitute, I think we've sufficiently explained the bill, and I'd move that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5068? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5068 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4. House Bill 5068 passes.
House Bill 5069, a bill relating to law enforcement officers' prohibition on the use of neck restraints penalty, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with the substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill go by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 5069 will go by for the day.
House Bill 5072, a bill relating to law enforcement misconduct, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with an amendment and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the amendment from the Judiciary Committee be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Okay, we don't need no substitute from the Finance Committee. I move that the bill pass, Mr. President.
Senator's the floor.
Senate Bill 5072, you've seen it before. It gives the Attorney General the authority to file lawsuits regarding a pattern or practice of civil rights violations. That's all it does. You've seen it before. You either like it or you don't like it. So with that, Mr. President, I move that the House Bill 5072 substitute, with the bill as amended, I hope it's the pleasure of the body that people will vote for the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5072? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5072 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. House Bill 5072 passes.
House Bill 5098, a bill relating to hate crime, falsely summoning or giving false reports to law enforcement officials penalty, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass.
Senator's the floor.
By way of explanation, House Bill 5098 is a bill that adds to the existing law that makes it a Class 1 misdemeanor to make a false 911 call. This adds to it that if a person makes a false 911 call as a hate crime because of a person's race, religion, gender, disability, gender identity, sexual orientation, color, or national origin, then it becomes a felony. For example, there's a situation you may have seen on TV in Central Park where a lady threatened to call 911 on a black man and implied that she was doing so because of his skin color. That could be a felony if you could prove that. So, Mr. President, that's what the bill does.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5098? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5098 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, no 16. House Bill 5098 passes.
House Bill 5099, a bill relating to search warrants, prohibition on no-knock search warrants, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that House Bill 5099 be passed by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 5099 will go by for the day.
House Bill 5104, a bill relating to minimum qualifications for law enforcement officers, etc., disclosure of information, reported from the Committee on Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that House Bill 5104 go by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 5104 will go by for the day.
House Bill 5108, a bill relating to the Criminal Justice Services Board, Committee on Training, Membership, and Responsibilities, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill go by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 5108 will go by for the day.
House Bill 5146, a bill relating to automatic expungement of criminal records, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Bath, Senator Dees.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Bath, Senator Dees.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. With this substitute language, the bill is exactly the same as the bill we passed out here. And frankly, it's closely akin to the expungement bill we passed during the regular session that didn't get much of a hearing on the other side. But it's the same thing you've seen before.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5146? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5146 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, no 16. House Bill 5146 passes.
House Bill 5148, a bill relating to Department of Corrections earned sentence credits, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will defer to the senator from Northwestern Fairfax. She carried the Senate version of this bill. Thank you.
Senator. Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass, and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. HB 5148 is now almost identical to the bill that I carried and the Senate passed here, SB 5034, as it passed the Senate. It is It increases the number of days that inmates can earn by participating fully in rehab programs and good behavior from 4.5 days to 15 days per 30 days. Inmates incarcerated for violent felonies and sex crimes with a minor victim are excluded, and it creates an implementation work group that includes a delayed implementation until 2022. It also provides the one difference between the bill that we passed here and the position it's in now is that the compassionate release portion is identical to the bill that Senator Bell, we passed SB 5018 as it left the Senate, which would allow those who are terminally ill or geriatric, other than Class 1 felons, be able to be considered for compassionate release. It bars terminally ill inmates serving time for a first or a second degree murder under Article 1, 18.2-30 of Chapter 4 of Title 18.2. And those inmates who would qualify would be able to be considered by the parole board for conditional release. We have discussed this policy at great length in this body. We have amended, and I believe that this is in the position that I hope we will pass the bill. And I move its passage.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5148? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5148 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. House Bill 5148 passes.
Page 14, regular calendar, House Joint Resolution on third reading. House Joint Resolution 5010, confirming various appointments by the Speaker of the House of Delegates. Reported from the Committee on Rules.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Joint Resolution 5010 pass.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, this resolution appoints 6 individuals to the Tobacco Region Revitalization Commission, 1 individual to the Virginia Commonwealth University Health System Authority Board, and 2 individuals to the Virginia Conflict of Interest and Ethics Advisory Council. Again, I move that the resolution pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Joint Resolution 5010? What purpose, Senator from Roanoke County? Senator Suderline, rise.
To the resolution.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Usually, with the exception of the governor's appointments on DEQ, I generally think folks should be allowed to appoint whoever they want. But several of these appointments are to the Tobacco Commission, which is supposed to be selling for Southwest Virginia and South Side. I live in Roanoke County. I believe I live in Southwest Virginia, but I don't believe that I live in a tobacco growing region. I represent folks further southwest in Carroll County, Floyd County, and Wythe County, and in Bedford and Franklin County that are all tobacco regions. But Roanoke County, which is a great place, I'm very proud to represent and live there, and Roanoke City is not a tobacco region. And Blacksburg is not a tobacco region. And I think it's unfortunate that this commission that is supposed to be not just for Southwest and Southside, but specifically the tobacco region of Southwest and Southside is not only going to have folks that don't live in the region, but don't represent any constituents that live in the region. And I think that's unfortunate, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall House Joint Resolution 5010 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 21, noes 18, Rule 36-1, House Joint Resolution 5010 is agreed to.
Memorial resolutions.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that the memorial resolutions on pages 14 and 15, that's Senate Resolution 545 through Senate Resolution 557, be considered in a block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof with the understanding that any senator desiring to remove a resolution from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the memorial resolutions on pages 14 through 15, Senate Resolution prior to, could I ask all the senators to please take their seats as we consider the memorial resolutions? Question is, shall the memorial resolutions on pages 14 through 15, Senate Resolution 545 through Senate Resolution 557, be considered in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will read the titles of the memorial resolutions.
Senate Resolution 545, celebrating the life of Richard Rigney. Senate Resolution 546, celebrating the life of Joseph Alexander. Senate Resolution 551, celebrating the life of Oliver White Hill, Jr. Senate Resolution 553, celebrating the life of Douglas D. Moore. Senate Resolution 554, celebrating the life of Albert Sidney Johnson Tucker III. Senate Resolution 555, celebrating the life of Nancy Louis Spiegel.
Mr. President,
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
can Senate Resolution 555 come out of the block and vie for the day?
Without objection, Senate Resolution 555 will come out of the block and go by for the day.
Senate Resolution 556, celebrating the life of Walter H. Peake III.
Mr. President,
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
can Senate Resolution 556 come out of the block but continue on the regular path?
Without objection, Senate Resolution 556 will be removed from the block.
Senate Resolution 557, celebrating the life of Cody Lee Wingate.
The resolutions will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolutions will please rise. The resolutions are agreed to. Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt Senate Resolution 556.
Senators, the floor.
Speaking very briefly to that, Mr. President, I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to pass this resolution. Mr. Peake was a very prominent attorney in the Roanoke Valley that several of the attorneys here know. When they had the service celebrating his life, I met more attorneys at that than the last 10 Bar Association meetings combined I attended. He was very well respected in our community, and I hope it will be the pleasure of the Senate to pass the resolution.
Thank the Senator. The resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution will please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
Commending resolution. Senate Resolution 548, commending Elaine R. Jones.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the resolution be adopted.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elaine Jones was the first African-American woman admitted to UVA Law School, and that was 50 years ago, believe it or not. Earlier this year, we celebrated the 70th anniversary of when the first African-American man was not only admitted to the UVA Law School, but to the University of Virginia altogether. And so this resolution is just commemorating one more moment in Black history here in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Resolution 548 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Resolution 548 is agreed to. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would finally ask the clerk, does this complete the calendar?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's too bad.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate?
Louise, 11 o'clock.
Do any senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none, call the senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 11.
Sorry, Senator. Sorry, I think I'm hearing Senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Kiggins, rise?
Mr. President, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Senators, the floor.
It's not too late. Today, Mr. President, is International Older Persons Day. In 1990, the UN General Assembly, they designated October 1st as International Old Persons Day to promote healthy aging around the world and to draw attention to the particular needs and challenges faced by our older adults. In 2019, there was 703 million people above the age of 65, and over the next 3 decades, that number will double till we have 1.5 billion older adults by the year 2050. So people all over the world are living longer, healthier, and more active lives. But ageism is alive and well, and prejudices against our older adults continue to exist in our communities. We must work to prevent ageism by continuing to listen to our older adults, to advocate for them, and to teach our children to respect them. I ask that we adjourn today in honor of these people who make up our greatest generations on International Old Persons Day. Thank you.
I thank
I was serious.
What purpose is the senior
Mr.
senator from
President, you've
Fairfax?
heard of
Senator
the millennials and groups like that. My generation is now called dinosaurs.
Thank the senator. Call the senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 11 a.m. tomorrow, and when we do so in honor